Hi, YouTube. We're live. Okay, Slay. Let me now properly say hi to everyone. But first, let me take a sip of this coffee. Period. Exactly what I need. I didn't even finish my breakfast. I still have my porridge here. I made like porridge with berries and strawberries and peanut butter and banana and blueberries. Did I say blueberries and granola and honey? Didn't even fucking have time to finish it. My ADHD and time planning is not happening today. But that's okay. It's Sunday. There's no rush. Hello, Aspen. Hope you're not hungover, babe. Hi, Neutronics. How you doing? Hi, Lou. Hello, out the minute. We'll be around later. Of course, of course. I know you guys always have your Sunday activities. Hi, Andro. Fuck, it's a Sunday. Hey, Gloss. Hi, Vasor. Hi, Grayson. Happy Sunday to you too, babe. Hi, Mr. Zetan. How you doing? Hi, Manabans. First live. Oh, welcome. Oh my God, you came at the raw. You came to the messiest one. I'm glad you're here though. How are you doing? Hi, Jay Z. Artemusi Sunday stream exactly. Kaput the camera. Yeah. Hi, Enyo. Hey, Philip. The Grace did not pay your light bill. Probably. I'll have to check. Do I needed anybody to stay? Are we all just loving Ariana Grande today? Like, isn't she amazing? If you hang out here a lot, you know I'm obsessed with Ariana Grande. Everyone stay right here. Nobody move. Everyone stay right here. Hi, Andy. I need a coffee. Girl, same. She's right here. I didn't get any sleep last night because of my Dunkin' coffee was too strong yesterday. I honestly kind of am jealous of people that they can just
Diva.
that can just drink coffee and then stay awake. Also, oh my god, thank you so much, Jay-Z, for the tier 1 sub. Appreciated. Thank you so much. I think we're like halfway, we're close to halfway to our like tier 1 uh what is it called? What is it called? That like tier 1, tier 2 thing. I don't think we've ever gotten this far. Oh, Partner Plus. Partner Plus level 1. You need 50 sub points for 3 consecutive months for the revenue to increase instead of a 50-50 split to a 60-40 split. And then after that, you need like 300 for 3 months to get like a 70-30 split, which used to be the partner split, by the way. Now they don't give that to you anymore. You have to earn it. Partner is not enough. Um, so we're like almost halfway. We've never gotten this far. That's crazy. Let me snooze those ads, girl. I just came here. Bitch. I am gay people. I am detrimental to my own health. Period. Sounds like you both need to stay in bed, all cozy to recover. Do not go out with gay people. Oh my god, you're hungover. Of course you are. Going out with gay people, there's no other option. Hi, Sibs. Hi, Lucid. How you doing, Diva? Hi, Daikon. I hope I say your name right. The shirt is so cute. Thank you. I like it too. The foam is foaming on this day. Girl, the coffee is looking sexual. Periods. She's giving Bulbasaur realness today. Yeah, you're right. I am very green today. But look at this new plant. Isn't she gorgeous? She almost died. Because I'm not a plant person, but I have this one and I want it to like grow down. Because apparently that's what she does. And she almost died. And then I was like, ow. So like it's not just enough to just give her water. Apparently I was overwatering her and now I chilled down. And now she's like green and vibrant and she grew a little bit. She didn't used to touch the wood floor and now she's touching it. Ah! We're getting there. I love her. I kind of understand why people like plants now. It kind of becomes like a pet, which is really cute. Health queen. Hi, Helena. I love how Europeans say porridge. How do you guys say it? Porridge? How do Americans say porridge? Porridge? Good morning, Paladin. Ariana was my Thursday vibe. She made my day so much better. Right? She has the power to do that. Beast! Now I want to know what you mean because Art said it normally. Oh, oatmeal. Oh. I yeah, why don't we call it oatmeal? I don't know. A British person should explain it. It's a British thing, I think. I don't. Porridge is not really an Austrian thing. I started making porridge when I was in the UK, when I lived in Brighton. That's why I started making porridge when I tried to be vegan. I was vegan for like 7 months. I failed because of COVID. Well, no excuses. I failed because I failed. But porridge is like a lot of vegans eat porridge because it's like easily vegan. Oh my god, not the hype train, slay! The hype trains sometimes start really randomly, like really late. I don't understand why that's happening. My boyfriend can drink coffee and go to bed next minute. That's me. That's me. I envy people that can drink coffee to stay awake. I will drink a coffee and go to bed, bitch, like nothing happened. Like I can have like I love going for dinner here, especially when we go for like a little fancier dinner. I love having an espresso at the end of the meal, and it's like 10 p.m. And then I'm like, well, let's go home and go to bed. Like, it doesn't affect me at all. Work is calling. Have a great stream. Thank you so much, Grace, and hope you have a good day at work, babe. Oh, I'm so behind in chat. Coffee and energy drinks definitely keep me awake. I'm very jealous. I'm so gagged when we're at dinner and someone orders an espresso. That's me! That's me! That's literally me! That's so funny that you mentioned that.
Wait
That's
a minute,
literally
hold
me.
on.
Oh my god, Jay-Z, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Holy shit. Thank you so, so, so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you. Congrats to everybody that got one. Girl, I'm low-key still exhausted from family time. I still need to tell you all the tea. Girl, I kind of thought something was up. Because I was like, why is Lucid not on Discord? Something must be going on. But I assumed that you probably need to recover your social batteries after the family time because I know that last time it also exhausted you a lot. So I kind of wanted to leave you alone. But babe, I'm always here to talk. If you need to talk, I'm always here, babe. If you go somewhere after dinner, absolutely. I'm talking about people that drop a whole ass espresso after dinner. Me. Hi, Verex. I'm doing really good today, Diva. Thank you. Besides all the delays, I'm doing really, really good. Thank you. Thank you. I was vegan for like 6 years. Wow, an Austrian vegan. Are you even gay if you never tried being vegan tea? She, they, them, blue-haired vegan vegetarian. That we all go through that. I think we should all aspire to be more vegan and to eat less meat. And in general, like processed food, but we do our best. Oh my god, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Itsy bitsy spider, itsy bitsy spider crawled in my booty crack. Na, 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 na. I don't know how it goes. I need to like maybe change my emotes and alerts for Sundays because I want Sundays to be like really chill. I know it's really tough to have an Artemusi chill stream, but I actually love when we just have like chill streams where we just yap and vibe. They give me so much energy and always make me feel so good on a Sunday. So maybe we should change our alerts for like specific Sunday streams. Because our weeknight streams are messy. We know that. He drinks an espresso after meal. He's Portuguese. So is it normal in Portugal to drink coffee late? Because I know you guys probably have like dinner also later than like mid-Europeans. We'll spill the tea later. I'm excited. Well, I have been vegetarian for like 10 plus years and finding out now I have a bad iron deficiency. Oh, isn't that like really common though, Vistra? Also, hi, how are you doing? Oh, yes, we love our espresso after dinner in Portugal. Period. I have so many Portuguese divas in my chat. I love it. I don't know why, Sibs, I thought you were from Switzerland. Every meal and yes, I think so, but ask Philip. Wait, you guys know each other? Girl, all the gays all the gays know each other on Twitch. All the gays do know each other, yeah. It's so cute how like ever since like Philip posted me, which I'm really grateful by the way. I think you like shared like a video of mine on your story. I met so many like queer streamers because I used to be very much in the WoW space. Um and ever since like you like reposted me, I found like Evo. I still don't know if Evo is the right way to pronounce her name. But like so many like cute queer streamers and they're so nice and they're so welcoming. I was so surprised because we've all been in gay and queer places where they're not welcoming whatsoever. But it's just so like it's so refreshing that the community feels so positive. Like it takes the fear away of actually going to TwitchCon one day and meeting everybody because everyone seems so nice.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Thank you, JC, for another gift sub. Oh my god, thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. I appreciate it. Good morning, Allegrata. How you doing? Here we go, Ariana. She's back. Did you guys see Ariana getting attacked? Oh yeah, you got it to level 3. Thank you so much, JC. I appreciate it. 9% level 3 hype train. Work. Did you guys see that? Crazy. Hi Mayo, how you doing, babe? I was honestly so shocked when I saw that video. I felt so much anger. And I know that's what the guy wants. That guy is literally a professional rage baiter. I found his Instagram, I stalked him. And he did it to Katy Perry, he did it to a bunch of people. And I don't understand why that person is not in prison. Like genuinely. Doing it on such a public display and on purpose and with so much like like he like even his caption is like most hated person in the world and I'm like, why are we still watching this? Why is everyone still like, why is nobody doing something against it? He's public. He's not a random person. Anyway, I feel really bad for Ariana Grande, especially knowing her history, everything she's been through. But Cynthia is the MVP, bitch. Fucking love Cynthia so much. A Swedish friend recently sent me a reel from a gay Austrian influencer who once slid into my DMs. Lol, the world is so small. I probably know them. Send me a DM. Hey Divas, thanks for the sub. Hi Gaming Luca, congrats.
Hi Diva.
Thank you so much, Ragyek, for the tier 1. Thank you for the tier 1 2 months. Ariana girly, what are you doing here? Exactly. Thank you, Ragyek. Appreciate it. Guys, we're gonna have ads in 1 minute now. I can't snooze these anymore, otherwise we won't be able to snooze them later. Just letting you know. The second streamer in a row to pronounce my name right. Oh my god, I love that. I usually always butcher people's names and I always feel so bad because people always say my name wrong when I rate them and I'm always just like, ugh. But I get it. I just tell people, just call me Art. I never wanted to be called Art, but that kind of like developed through streaming. People just started to call me Art. And I was like, no, I actually kind of like that. So I just almost introduce myself as Art already, not even as Artemis anymore. And people being so dumb calling it karma for not going to Brazil. Girl, like, I saw that argument. It's just like so fucking ridiculous. People genuinely forget that she is a human. Literally a human. I think Ariana Grande is actually a celebrity that is being really raw with her emotions and actually really human publicly. And still people like don't fucking get it. It's oh my god, we reached 1,600 followers. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Silicone, for the follow. I appreciate it. Cute. What a way to start the stream. I started meeting more queer streamers through Hiya Girl. I need to check them out. You can be the worst person in the world and still have fans and followers. I mean, we've seen that. But he genuinely is, his entire content is about jumping on stage or jumping on red carpets to like grab a celebrity and quickly take a picture. But like the way he grabs them is always so like aggressive. I just think it's horrible. He'll get punched in the face soon enough for doing that crazy tomfoolery. I don't think he should be punched. I think he should be in prison. Like, that's horrible. He's done it so many times already. I just don't understand how that's not, how no one's doing anything about that, like legally. Did you see Corey King impersonating Cynthia? I did. I did. It's so good. I saw somebody else impersonating Cynthia and screamed. Corey is just so good at all of that. Thank you for the raid, Artemers. Artemers. Americans always love to say Artemers, which is like, where does that come from? It's Artemis, but I just tell people no, just call me Art. That's easier. But Artemers, I hate. That sounds horrible. That sounds like you're having a stroke mid-word. Artemers, like, I could call it V-Rex. I kind of like that. A little wee. Going for a little wee, Rex. A wee Rex. A small little dinosaur. Thanks for the level 3 hype train, guys. Appreciate it. You can call me Ali too if it's easier. No, Allegrata is fine, but I can call you Ali too. Also, Julia showed me something that is so cool. I can write a little note based on everybody and like make a note on what your name is. No, where is it? How does it work again? I can make a note on your name. So for example, if somebody doesn't want to be called their Twitch name, I can make a note so you will instantly appear like that. But now I can't find it. Maybe Philip knows. I swear she showed me something. It was so cool. I can't find it now. It's only giving me the block the option to block a report to you. I obviously won't do that. Never mind. Maybe I can't do it. Maybe I imagined that. You know how like you can make a note on people's name, so then their like name you type in shows up next to their name, so next time they come, you know how to pronounce their name, right? I remember Julia showing me this, but I don't know how it works now. Anyway, we'll figure it out. Don't worry about it, Philip. Sorry. My algorithm has been sending me more queer streamers. I love it. That's amazing. That's amazing. Sometimes it takes a while for the algorithms to catch up, but once you're in there, you meet a lot of really cool people. I don't want to say what he does is good, but it says something about how bad security is in all these places. No, honestly. Honestly, it's horrible. Oh, you didn't know either? Yeah. Julia showed me. She's been streaming for like 10 years, but I forgot. I'm going to have to ask her in the DMs. I have a Chrome extension that tells me people's pronouns. Oh, I need to do that. That's so cool. I've seen that in other streams and I always wondered how they do it. I'll need to check that out. Put him away, exactly. Yeah, I hope so, Jay-Z. Also, Jay-Z, is that how I had to say your name? I never asked. I'll link it to you later. Thank you, Philip. Girl, I'm always scared to say your name wrong. Please don't be scared. It's all good, really. I say people's names wrong all the time, and honestly, sometimes you just have to correct people for them to realize that they're doing it wrong. Like it's not their fault, really. It's yeah, Jay-Z or your Zaya? Your Zaya. Is that can I stay with Jay-Z? That's easier. I always get called man buns. I just got it. For a second I thought that was your name. Mana buns. Man buns is crazy. Good morning, Aquanai. Hi, how you doing? Jay-Z's fine. Slay. I love that. Hope you guys are having a cozy Sunday. I my ADHD. Sometimes I wish that I could give myself my ADHD meds before I even wake up. So instantly when I wake up, they're already working, and I don't have to like actually get out of bed and like go to the kitchen and take them. Also, I'm not supposed to take them on an empty stomach. I'm supposed to like eat something before. So it's like a whole bunch of tasks for someone with ADHD to then take the thing that helps him. Okay. So I'm like, yeah, and today was one of those days. I just woke up, doom scrolled, and then I was like, fuck, I really want to go to the gym before stream. Because it makes me feel good because I'll be like usually stream longer on Sundays. And I was like, fuck it, I'll just go. I'll be super quick. Of course I wasn't quick. Took me forever to even get ready and go. And then at the gym, I
Wait a
like
minute. Hold on.
also was like, oh my God, Lotus. What is happening? What's the occasion? Thank you so much for the 100 gifted subs. Holy fucking shit. Thank you, thank you. What the fuck? You always do this. You always come in when I'm like least expecting it, and then you just blow. That sounds crazy. Thank you so much for the 100 gifted subs. I appreciate it. It is incredibly, incredibly generous. I cannot even tell you what it means, especially looking at not having a job very soon. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so, so, so much. I don't know what to say. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're the best. You're the absolute fucking best. Thanks for keeping the lights on, babe. I appreciate it. I really, really do. What the hell? Is this an early Christmas gift to me? Wow. Lazy Sunday is the occasion. I love that. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. Girl, just buy the goddamn Digimon game at this point. Sure. Everything I earned from stream, I will obviously put into the stream, but now with obviously not having a job very soon, I'll have to actually live from that money. So it's very, very appreciated. I really, like, I can't say that enough. Lotus always blows. Noted. You're very sweet. Thank you, thank you. Congrats to everybody that got one. All the 100 people. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Speechless. What was I talking about? I completely missed what I was talking about. My head went blank. Lotus is a goatus. No, absolutely. I'm gonna start calling you goatus. The goat. Going on to the gym and time management. Yes, that's what I was talking about. Hi, Horned Frog. How about Sugarloo? I mean, Sugarloo sounds great too. Sugarloo sounds actually really sweet. A little Sugarloo, a wee little Sugarloo. Right. Time management. I was obviously like, even in the gym, I was like, oh, I'm gonna go quickly in between sets. Bam, 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 power workout. Obviously, I wasn't. I was on my phone. I was like watching I was listening to a podcast. I was like giggling, like ha 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 ha, like alone in the gym, just like completely distracted. I did go through my workout. And then I was like, fuck, I have 10 minutes before I have to start streaming. So I rushed home, jumped into the shower, and then quickly did my skincare, blah, blah, blah. And decided to shave my beard and go with a mustache again. I don't know. I think also it's Movember. So I was like, let's just go on with the mustache. I actually kind of like it. And then obviously quickly had to whip out some breakfast because I've had zero food today. I don't usually eat breakfast really early. I usually eat around like 12, 1 first time. And since I went to the gym, it was even later. And then I was like, fuck, I need to eat something before stream because I'm planning to stream a bit longer today. So I quickly made some porridge. and a coffee, and that's why I was really late. I'm really sorry. I don't have any excuse besides poor time management. Clock it. It suits you really well, thank you. Phone at the gym is so dangerous. Yeah, girl. Yeah. I keep it sometimes because I keep track of like the weights and my sets because I don't do that often enough, and I feel like I've been going to the gym for like 7-ish months now, and I feel like sometimes nothing's changing, and then I'm like, well, I need to really start tracking my weights, um, just to make sure that I increase them. Because sometimes you just like kind of forget what you're doing. You just like do your thing, and you don't know like how much did I lift 2 months ago? Did anything actually change? I like comfort, so sometimes I'll just be like, I'll just go with my like comfort weight, but that's not what you're supposed to do. Make them as heavy as you can. Yeah, but I'm sometimes just like scared. I'm a little I'm a little scared of like heavy weights because I've seen people injure themselves. So I don't know. I think I need a gym partner. If anybody wants to go to the gym with me and move to Vienna, you're welcome. I want to have a gym friend. Preferably someone that isn't like weird. Like those like weird men from the gym that scare me. Thank you so much for the not that boy next door for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm super weird, don't worry. No, but you're okay. I know you. I want to visit Vienna so bad. Yeah, Philip, if you visit Vienna, you have to let me know. I will absolutely show you around. In the morning. I've never been to Portugal, so you can return the favor. In the morning, I prefer to eat sweet foods like cake or toast with jelly, so my stomach doesn't get so heavy. Interesting. I'm a savory breakfast person, but I do a lot of porridge because it just like is easy to make and keeps me full. Sometimes I'll be really lazy and I'll just have a protein shake. I know that's horrible. Would not recommend that. Would not recommend it, especially if you have to be somewhere later, because gassy queen. Let me just say that. Warm up with your comfort weight and then increase for further sets. Yeah, that's what I tell myself I'm doing, but I feel like I could be lifting way more than I think, but it's just a mental blockade because I'm always so scared. Like I'm scared of I've seen people like drop their weight. I've heard of friends dropping like their long barbell onto their face and injuring their mouth and like their teeth breaking away. Like I've heard of horrible stories. So I'm like, let me just not. Let me just stay comfy with the weight that I know. That shock emote is killing me. um, yeah, that's why I'm not doing it. Girl, I'd love to, honestly. Well, Andro, you're always welcome to visit. I'm scared of preacher curls. What's preacher curls? I'm mostly scared of like the basic ass like bench press because if you use free weights in bench press, there's like a way to do them, and then I feel like I could do way more weights than I actually do, but I'm just so scared of dropping it because it would literally fall onto your face or like on your neck. So I'm like, and these things get heavy, so I'm like, I don't know. Girl, I have a gifted sub before even following. That's crazy. Yeah, we've had a very very generous sub donation today. Welcome in. Why is one candle in the back white? Weren't they all black? No, I did. So there's 4 candles. One broke today, so I had to remove her. I usually for Halloween I had all black. You're right, but usually I try to alternate like black and white. And the white one actually broke. That's why it's only one white one. There's one behind the middle one. It's like 5 candles. But interesting that you noticed that. I always think people just don't notice. You notice. Thank you so much, John Garthy, for the follow. Welcome in. I love candles. I know that they're apparently like really toxic, but I love them. What can you do? I'm a TK Maxx bitch when it comes to candles. I go to TK Maxx and I buy all of them.
Diva, you
They just
looking
make me feel
crusty.
so
Take a
cozy.
sip, bitch.
Thank you for the hydrate. Now that's why we use machines. Yeah, but machines, I don't know. You like the proper bench press cannot be simulated with a machine. At least that's what my trainer told me. So he told me these are like there's like 6 compound exercises that I have to do. Like these are like the best, like they're called compound exercises because they train big muscle groups and they're really important to be good at to then later be able to use to like isolate specific muscle groups, which usually machines do. Machines will usually focus on one specific muscle group, whereas compound exercises make you just in generally like physically stronger. Like for example, if you wanna make sure you can do a lot of pull-ups one day, you cannot just train with a machine. You have to do compound exercises to genuinely increase your overall strength to then be able to, for example, do some pull-ups. Anyway, enough gym talk. Thank you so much for the follow, Zunkor. Appreciate it. Oh, I saw the subs come through and I didn't know I got hit with one. You're welcome. It was from a bunch of people today. Candlegate. Machines are perfectly assist, but you gotta use free weights to go further. Yeah, exactly. I will usually start off with 3 weights, do the compound exercises, and then I will finish up with some machine work. For that extra bit of like focus. Hi Tonzi. How you doing, bestie? Some goober gave me a sub. I don't know why or why you are or where the sub came from, but you seem cool. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Congrats on the sub. I don't know how Twitch picks gifted subs. Like, will it prefer people that follow me? Because that would mean that every person that follows me first gets a sub and then other people. Like, how does it pick? How does it pick and choose? I will also sometimes get a sub to a random person I've never seen before. I don't know how. I don't know how they do it. Hi Zio. I like my M plus players like I like my candles. Toxic, right? I was like, what? Where's that going? Hi Sala, how you doing, babe? Happy Sunday. You called? No, I don't think Gloss is toxic. There's a bunch of you bitches that are in here that are toxic, but Gloss is not the one. Did I post when I'm live? I did. Gloss, not toxic? No, I don't think so. Say their names. You wish. I remember I used to play WoW with a candle, and the next morning I had a black suit up my nose. What? That's crazy. That might have not been the candle, babe. Hi, Aprosis. That might have been something else. Why is this not working? There we go. Work. Hi, Valestras. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. What are we doing today? Today we are gonna be playing some remix, and then also some retail. It's gonna be very chill. I'm just here to yap to you today with you guys. So bring topics, bring some conversation fuel, and let's chat and let's do some very very chill. Wow, I actually want to do the order hall campaign. Finish it up for the balance of power quest line, and you can do in Legion, and you only have to in Legion Remix, and you only have to do it on one character, and it will unlock all the artifact appearances for all your characters. You just have to do it once. So I've never done it before, and I heard in Remix it's really easy to do. So that's what we're gonna do today. So no pushing rating in plus 14 mythic dungeons? I think the fuck not. Thank you for the follow-up process. So many follows today. What the fuck is going on? That might have been Lotus's huge gift subs bringing people back in. No, I love M+, but M+ is definitely over for me right now. I might maybe get back to like healing M+, because I technically always do all 10s timed on all 3 roles. And I still haven't done healer, but my healer is geared for PvP. I've been doing PvP divas. I reached like 1,000 rating last night, and it was miserable. Hang it up, flat screen, period. Yeah. I do still play retail. I just don't do M+ anymore. PvP is crazy. PvP is so crazy. I've never healed in PvP, so this is the first for me too. And you feel so bad when your team loses because you're just out of heals. It's the worst. Especially if I had one game where I had 6 losses, which means the other healer, because you'll never be queued up with the... So it's solo shuffle. There's 6 people, 2 healers, 4 DPS. And you always alternate, but obviously you'll never play with the other healer because then the other team wouldn't have a healer. The craziest thing is when you have 6 losses, so the other healer means he has 6 wins. Just embarrassing. Just embarrassing, but it's okay. PvP is hard and I'm not a PvPer. So let's give ourselves some grace. Which I totally did yesterday. I totally wasn't raging. PvP gets me to rage, like genuinely. I usually don't tilt necessarily in games, but PvP will bring out the worst in me. There's slurs that leave my mouth that never leave my mouth usually. Okay, I might be exaggerating, but no, it is bad. It is bad. Why does this always open when I start WoW? Same, can't push content anymore. I'm in my toxic PvP era. So you too. Can you carry me, please? There was somebody in chat like last week that was like, I'm a gladiator, I can carry you. I'm being fully serious right now. If you are here, I would love to get carried by you. I don't care about getting good at PvP. I just want the set. So if you're here, babe, slide into my DMs. This is not a joke. This is my PvP character. I think he's missing... no, I'm not doing PvP on stream. I'm not doing that. Love the honesty. No, I'm like... You know how people are like super scared of admitting that they're being carried? I'm like, no, carry me in PvP, please. I know I can do it. I've done it last season, so it's not like I can't do it if I wouldn't try. But I just don't care to try anymore, you know? I did it last season with the mage, and it was a miserable experience. Even though I finished, but still it was crazy. So I'm not doing it. I just don't have the energy for it anymore. I just don't care for it. But I want the transmog. My balance rate is 1,500 right now, but she was 1,800 last season. I got to 1,850 on mage, but I don't really like the mage set this season. I always usually go by which set I like, and I love the priest one. So I was like, let me go on my healing journey in PvP, and it's been miserable. You just have to put so many hours into it, and I just don't care for it. Watching you do PvP with a little sanity bar depleting. I've seen streamers play horror games where they have like a little heart rate device attached to them, and it measures their heart rate, and you can see it go up while they're streaming. We should do that with me doing PvP, because girl, it'll be in the 200s. Oh shit, is it? I'm so sorry. Thank you for telling me. I appreciate it. Sorry about that. Is it good now? Heart monitor stream when? Sure. I would actually be scared to see what my heart rate looks like, because I have high blood pressure in my family. No, don't worry. It wasn't terrible. Just hard to understand. Not painful though. Okay. I hate audio issues. When I look at videos, like when I watch videos myself, I would always prefer them looking like ass, like their camera looking like absolute dog shit, over having shitty audio. Shitty audio is the worst thing. Like I cannot, especially as someone that is neurospicy, shitty audio makes me get angry. I'm just like, close. I can't watch it. I can't watch it. Especially when it comes to people that make WoW content. And this is I'm not trying to be shady, but there's people out there that are like, for example, especially like when you're looking for a PvP guide, there are a lot of really good PvP guide makers out there, but sometimes you're looking for something very specific that they didn't make, so you find like a random ass YouTube video that has like 40 views, but they're talking about it, and then you listen to it, and they didn't even care to like edit out their like snorting, or their coughing, or their like heavy breathing, and I'm just like, I can't watch that. Like their mic, it sounds like their mic is inside their mouth. So I'm like, no, I would rather have like a shitty camera over shitty audio. Every time I join a new guild raid, I fear of entering the Discord call to a crunchy mouth breather. Yeah, or the sniffing. Ooh, like that's like the first thing I edit out when I edit my clips. Obviously, when you're streaming, you can't avoid that. But I'm like, you're editing a YouTube video. Why are you leaving that in? Anyway. We're only one eye level away from 740, and I would need a cloak or bracers to hit it. So we're gonna do a quick run. Also, do you guys like my witchy transmog? You like it? I like, you guys know I like basic transmogs. Like, simple, not basic. I don't like looking like an end boss. The heavy breathing right on the mic is so... Yeah! Well, that's exactly why they have 40 views. Oh! 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 The achievement guide from 2011 with the worst intro you've ever seen and the shitting of noise in the microphone when it's quiet. You guys are making me scared because I want to make YouTube videos one day, and I'm so scared that they're going to be like what you just described. I'm scared. When you can hear this... Ooh! Ooh, that's crazy! Ew! You're making me insecure. I'm like, what if I do that? Good morning, Lord Dralnu. How you doing? Me blowing smoke out of my mouth right into the mic. Oh yeah, bitch. We can hear you. We can hear the entire process of you smoking your cigarette when we're on Discord. I can exactly tell when you started, and I can tell when you're about to finish. Well, you know when people like vape and then they go... Blah, 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 blah. Like, breathe the smoke out before you speak. Am I right or am I wrong? Me taking a hit of the mask vape. I can tell when you're about to finish. Okay, Art. Listen. You gotta pay attention. You've never done that and you never will. Okay, you're making me feel more calm again. Okay, I think I'm gonna just do like a quick little raid. Skim through all the raids. Not all the raids. I'll do Tomb of Sargeras and Nighthold, and that's it. Because I still need actually quite a lot of bronze. I always call it quick, easy, pump. just to get all the like DPS pumpers in here, you know. Otherwise, you're shit at the game. Trust me, it always works. It always works. I'm gonna quickly go piss, girl. while we wait for people to queue up. Let me get someone in. Oh, never mind, they cancelled. I'm gonna quickly go Piscal while this signs up. If anybody wants to join, here's the group name. Apply and I'll get you in. I'll be right back. Oops. It's like I'm streaming for the first time. Forgot how to do anything. Let me get into this gig. I'm Tylias. Okay, let me quickly check. Are you going to have the cock chair in your final house? Well, yes, of course. Of course. That's a given. How are you doing, Nordracell? Are you? What about you? Let me quickly change. Mythic. Thank you so much for the follow, Max Leon. Welcome in. I joined, but I gotta do chores on the side. What chores are you doing? Do you need help? Yes, I'm on EU. How you doing? Lol, I'm gonna put one in too. It made me laugh so hard. Yes, in honor of you, Queen. Oh my god, I'm gonna bring all the cock chairs to World of Warcraft. If you see a cock chair in World of Warcraft, it's probably because of me. I'm just gonna claim that. I'm joking, obviously. Cleaning my fish tank and desk. Ooh, productive. I'm gonna get some 740s in, because Tomb of Sargeras can still be a little tricky. I can't believe I'm friends with a cockchair trendsetter. Well, yeah. A real trendsetter, exactly. I hate the word influencer. I just think it sounds ridiculous. Like, influencing, you might be influencing a 14-year-old that is like miserable and like insecure, and you're telling them that they can glow up with a $60 product. Like, you might be influencing those people, which is horrible, but I hate that word. But I would be okay with being called an influencer and influencing people to have a cock chair in their World of Warcraft house. Like, yes, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Okay, there we go. We're full. I don't hear any wow sound. Why is the cuckfluencer? Sure. Yeah. Sounds great. Now there we go. There's some sound. I'd never call you an influencer. You're a content creator. Period. Therefore, having that in my house, love that. that makes me happy. Thank you so much, Mana Buns. Influencer Loki turned into an insult. It's kind of getting to that part, yeah. I feel like you can also always tell. This is not like in the gaming space. I don't really feel like there's like Twitch streaming in general and content creators when it comes to gaming are not necessarily influencers. I feel like they're mostly people that genuinely create content. Especially in like the makeup and fashion and skincare sphere, there's a lot of influencers and then there's content creators, and you can always tell which one's the creative person that genuinely creates content and art, and then there's people that are like Amazon wish list, well, like, you know, like like you cannot use 70 products in a month, so how are you selling 70 products and swearing on them? If you're using 70 products on your face, it might melt away. Like, that's just it's just ugh. You know, it's unrealistic. As in a creative. Yeah. I mean, there are creative content creators, absolutely. Like Platinum WoW. Platinum WoW blows my mind. His videos are so incredible. Like, I'm whenever I watch them, I'm like, how the fuck did he create this? I used to obviously just be like a watcher, but now I'm always looking at it from like a content creator perspective myself, and I'm like, it's so incredible how he creates all these scenes. It's like, some of this shit is better than like actual WoW cinematics. It's so good, and the way he always does it with humor never feels wrong. It's always so good. I didn't watch the new video that I posted on my story today. I only watched like the first 5 minutes because I had to obviously go to the gym. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone. But he's one of those people where I'm like, that is a content creator and absolutely a creative person. Like, he has creativity in his veins. And I love that. Yeah, I used to watch him a lot, but I've stopped because he's horrible. Yay, we got another 740 piece. Now we're just missing a cloak. I used to be obsessed with him when I was like 20, 19, 18, 19, 20. He, like, I watched all of the makeup videos, even though I wasn't even using makeup, but I loved the whole like community behind it. And then the drama gathering and everything, girl, those were crazy times. Thank you for the follow, Lord Dralnu, appreciate it.
Let nothing stop you from doing what needs to be done.
Do we really need dialogue sound? The content creators that I watch the most when it comes to World of Warcraft, besides streamers are different. I watch Taliesin and Evitel religiously. I think their last podcast episode where they talk about Hearthstone was 10 out of 10. It was incredible. I think Tali wrote the script where he talks about Hearthstone, but the way he brings his point across was so good. Incredible. Love that. So good. I can only dream to get on that level one day. The production is good quality, absolutely. I watch Taliesin and Evitel's YouTube channel. They do a podcast, but they also do like a video called Weekly Reset. I think they do it every week or every second week, where they summarize WoW news and talk about all news WoW. And the most recent one that they posted is about Hearthstone, which is the new housing currency. And he talks about the entire controversy. And I love his takes because they're never like, WoW is over, goodbye, World of Warcraft, fuck Blizzard, fuck the... Like, he's never that approach. It's always very, like, still humorous. And he still says, like, that's fucking shit, which I love. But it will always be almost like... It's like real journalism. It's just good the way he does it. It's always putting things in perspective. It's always looking at different sides. It's always, like, you know, making sure... words come across right and like it's worded in a good way. It's so good. And for example, a point that he said, which I felt like I resonated a lot. But like he said, a lot of like devs have been working really hard on this like housing, and it's not those devs that should be blamed for this like exploitative currency. This is not them. All the people that are like creating all these like files, all these characters, the art behind it, the sound, everything. None of these people we should not blame them for bringing this horrible currency. That is not their doing, you know. It's somebody else, somebody that probably has never even written a code, which I think that's like the point that people forget, because people will usually shit on Blizzard and the devs, which I think is really unfair most times, because it's just like that's not their influence. It's like, let's say you work for a company and you work in their HR department and they have a scandal. Are you a bad person now? Like, yes, obviously you can decide to leave the company, but you didn't make the decision to do that. You just work for the company. You do your tiny little part in that company. And you probably worked really hard and put your entire heart into your work. So it's unfair to blame all of them and just kind of like bring this like really negative attitude about the game because of the decision that was probably made by people that have nothing to do with the actual game. You know? Anyway, he talked about that in a much better way than I can. And it was incredible. I loved it. I can really recommend watching it. Hi, Starbeak. Who else do I watch? I love Platinum WoW. For raid guides, I always watch Hazel Nutty. Love her guides. Because they're short and concise. And she always does little drawings that make me remember. Because don't read the mechanic to me. I'm going to forget it in like about 0.5 seconds. Can this person die so we can release? Why can't we release? Wait 1 minute. Okay. Oh, she stopped making videos, I think. I think she stopped making videos. I mainly watched her for her raid guides, but she also used to do like a weekly news video, and I also watch that, especially when I'm too lazy to catch up on news. But I think she stopped, which is sad. And I think that's it. Oh, and I'm gonna say her name wrong. Avela. She makes really good videos, and I think she's so underrated. People need to discover her more. I've put her videos into the Discord channel a lot. She puts so much work into her videos, and they're so good. Like, genuinely so good. I'm a Hazel stan. She just moved recently and is having issues with her heating and stuff. It's her first house. Oh my god, cute. She always wanted a house. I'm so happy for her. Oh, I'm so happy for her. That makes me really happy. Thanks for telling me. I know it sounds parasocial, but like she used to be the person that like she kind of is the person that got me into WoW, because I saw her video reacting to Void Elves and it randomly showed up on my For You page, and that's how I got back into WoW. So obviously she was always my first like touch point with World of Warcraft. And then I used to watch her streams because I learned so much from her, because I know nothing about the game, basically. I played like ages ago when I was a child, but I knew nothing. I never even got to max level. So watching her streams, she always talks a lot about her life. I mean, I really haven't caught up in a really long time. but I remember when she went through her divorce and stuff. I remember she was going through a rough time, so I'm really happy that she's doing better. The house is amazing. Last was 3 weeks ago for Hallow's End. Yeah. I would say I'm a Hazel stan too. Absolutely. She's incredible. And one of the few positive voices when it comes to World of Warcraft. What content creators do you guys like that make World of Warcraft content? I'm always down to discover new ones. Ooh. And Vats. Vats is also amazing, especially for class guides. But I think he mostly does short form. Do you remember Trade Chat? She was a YouTuber but quit a while ago. No, I've never heard. Never heard. Oh, I also love Nagora's guides. I don't think she does them really often, but when she does them, they're my favorite place to go to when it comes to like new season checklists. She's always very good at putting it all in order, and she also tells you what is absolutely necessary, what is just extras. And she always makes me feel really calm when the season starts, because usually people like lose their shit. They're like, I have to do everything and everything at once. And she's very like, this is what you need to do. Boom, 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 done. And she's amazing at that. I only know WoW Grandma. Oh my god, she's cute. But I mean, I watch other streamers, but I mean mostly genuinely people that like create content on YouTube. Does Grandma create? Does she create videos on YouTube? Because if she does, girl, let me subscribe right the fuck now. I love her. He just fishes, girl. You know what's my issue with his thing? By issue, I don't have an issue, but like his titles are so doom, like it's over, blah blah blah, finally listen, shot themselves in the foot, scam, blah. But his actual videos are not bad. Like his opinion and the way he says stuff is actually really well said. But for some reason, the titles are always so like negative and like doomy, like the world is ending. Like, can you like that? That makes me instantly stop watching the video, because I'm just like, your attitude about it is so negative, and like it just pulls down the energy always, and I just don't like it. Which is actually a shame, because I think his videos are not bad at all. I think he does himself a disservice, which obviously he doesn't. It gets a lot of views because the WoW community in general loves that approach about anything. 100 good things can happen. If one bad thing happened, that will get more airtime and noise than all of the other 99 good things. It's so annoying, and I don't know if that's specific to WoW or if other gaming communities also have that issue, but it's just so incredibly frustrating. Can this save WoW? Yeah, exactly. I'm like, girl. How much longer do we need to save WoW? When are we done saving? Oh my god, thank you so much, Tanti TV, for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Thanks, Diva. WoW Grandma gets tons of her stuff stolen. She was saying people use her stuff all the time. What? That's crazy. Oh, I died. I watch Pyromancer, but when he gets into his rants, I have to turn away. His content is really good. Oh, yeah, I don't like rants either. I like a rant if it's clearly, like, funny. Like, when somebody's being shady a little bit or, like, funny, I like it. Like, for example, Tali was a little bit, like, ranting about currency, and I was like, yes, get it together. Or there was one scene where Evie goes, oh, you can get this ugly piece of shit bound. I screamed. So sometimes a little bit of that can be put in, but it's like seasoning. You put it in a little bit, you know? And it's funny. Like a change of like, you know, vibe. But if it's only negative the entire time, it's just ugh, like I don't understand why people are like watching that. I genuinely don't get it. I missed who you talked about. Yeah, it's that person. I don't want to say it out loud, but yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I quite like Quasi. Oh, Quasi's amazing. Quasi's whenever I get really into M Plus this season, he will do like a deep dive on every dungeon. No, don't worry about it. You did nothing wrong. He does like a deep dive in every dungeon, and I watch the entire video and I learn. Was that loud? I'm sorry. I don't know how to change cinematic sound. I don't know why it's actually playing. It's usually skipping it automatically. Sorry about that. We can reduce the master volume a little bit. I just need to have a little bit of sound because otherwise my YouTube VOD is silent and it's just my voice and it's really awkward. So I need to have a little bit of sound. Let me actually put it back to like 30 instead of 35. There we go. What was I talking about? Yeah, I'll always trust the Hazel rant. Same. See, I love that. I love WoW Hubs as well. Never heard. Need to check. Yeah, I was talking about Quasi. His videos are really, really good, especially when it comes to M+ content. And I feel like he's really like he's had a very positive effect on the M+ community in general because his videos really help people that have never done M+ do M+. And also his like nameplates are incredible, which we're not going to be able to use anymore, which is unfortunate. But his videos were really, really good. I've learned so much from him. And he will also give very constructive criticism. It's never this like negative attitude, you know? Another thing that I get a lot on my content is I can talk about something really good and people will always find a way to make it negative. I talk about Vrrrry or having beautiful customization. Why does not everybody else have cute customizations? When are we gonna get custom? Like, okay, I get it. I also want more customizations, but let's just be happy right now with the thing that we're getting. And then later on, we can look into what we can get more. But it's like, why is this good thing turning into a negative thing instantly? Or like, the druid forms. There's cool new druid forms. Why were Worgen forms so shit? What? Who's talking about Worgen? Like, it's just like, I get it. Some people are frustrated, and I'm not trying to be like, don't be frustrated, like toxic positivity, blah, blah, blah. But it's just like, criticism is okay, but let's not make everything always so negative, you know? Reflects the state of the world with the negativity. Vrrrry look amazing, and of course, if something new, it's going to be better generally than older content. Absolutely. And it's not like they've never updated old races. There's some that are truly lacking, and I fully agree with you guys, but they're gonna get there. They're not just gonna be like, oh, no, Vrrrry are gonna be so much better than everybody else, and you guys can suck it. Like, no, they're not working against us, you know? You changed your name again, Lou. Lou Roar. Rar. People will always complain. Always. They'll catch up, just give them time. Exactly. No one hates WoW more than WoW players, it seems. No, for real. That is so tea. Thank you, Caliboline, for the follow. Let me take a sip, which I've been yapping a lot. Also, it is crazy how many people will still say add-ons are all gonna be gone. That is so not true. And I don't know where they get that idea, because Blizzard has never said that. Blizzard has always emphasized that combat-related add-ons are gonna go away. Add-ons that help you play the game, as in like play the game for you, are going away. And all the other 90% of quality of life add-ons that we all love are staying. And some people still don't understand that. And it's just like, in general, the whole add-on talk is so exhausting at this point. Because they're probably only using combat add-ons. Yeah. The funniest, it's also like so funny. WoW had made an article about WoW being able to be played on Xbox with the new Xbox coming around, but they didn't even say specifically WoW. They said, they did say World of Warcraft will be able to be played, but the Xbox upgrade is in general for all Microsoft. So it can be almost all PC games will be playable, technically. But the way they worded it, everybody was like, oh yeah, the pruning is all because of console. Sure, it might be, but it was never stated like that. It's always like, we will always assume the worst. And then we will get to the parts that we actually enjoy. So that's why I really love content creators like Hazel and Tali. Because they always make me feel excited about being a WoW player. And not somebody that should be miserable all the time, you know? And I really hope that my content also makes people feel that way. That's always been a goal of mine. I want people to be excited about WoW. I want WoW to get less of that like negative, doomy take all the time, you know? They can take TRP3 away from my cold, dead hands. What's TRP3? I will still use QOL. Absolutely same. No company gets everything right at the time anyway. I mean, Shadowlands shudder, but their whole job is to make great content for players to earn money. Thinking a company is going to make awful content all the time is not how businesses work. Yes, that's true. They might obviously have some missteps, but in general, their approach is not, let's make this game miserable. Oh, it's a role-playing add-on. Got it. They're not going to take that away. Of course not. Oh no, getting more players with potential console changes, which the majority of us want more players. I mean, look at Final Fantasy XIV, a pretty successful game, and it can be played on console since the very start. I don't think it's... I don't know. I just don't understand. I don't understand why it's seen in such a negative way. The best way will probably still be to play it on PC. If you want to be competitive, it'll probably still be PC. But if there's an option for somebody that just wants to run around, wear cute clothes, and collect herbs, let the diva play on PS4. The fuck? PS5? PS4? Which one are we on? I sold mine, so I don't even remember. I would fight them for real. No, they're not taking that away, divas. Don't worry. Yes, I agree, Aquanai. It's almost like the other creators need to be negative about WoW to get views, I guess. Yes, negativity gets you views. Absolutely. When you criticize something, people enjoy that. And good criticism is always welcome, in my opinion. But it's rarely good criticism. It's usually always like, it's all over! We're all gonna die! It's very much that vibe. Right. Did I get... No, I did not get a back piece. That's annoying. So let's do... I'm gonna do Nighthold, if anyone wants to join. Rest in peace, World of Warcraft! Okay, Nighthold, Mythic, Quick, Ease peas, Big Pumpers only. I love it. I should have written 3,000 score in retail. I would love to play using a controller so I could lie down and play quietly. I saw there's this diva. She makes gaming content in general, and she makes those videos where she plays in her bed and WoW is in a big projector, and she has, I think, a keyboard, and it looks so nice. Like, I really like it. Let people play like that. It's like, it's not doing any harm. I've played it with the controller. It's very chill if you just want to turn off your brain. Oh, you did? Do you guys know Annie Fuchsia? She's a streamer. She's a really big World of Warcraft streamer. She's been streaming for years. And she played She kind of went viral for playing hardcore World of Warcraft with a controller. She played hardcore World of Warcraft with a warrior, as a warrior, which is probably the hardest class in hardcore, and then she played it on a controller. And she also beat up Miskiff, which, if you know the drama, I love that even more now. She's amazing. I love her. And she like showed people it works. I mean, she played Classic. Classic is still a different game. Very different from retail. But it works. Annie, my war chief. That's cute. Did they fix the look of Varian's sword? Where can I check that for you? I have no idea what you mean. I need to go get some water. I don't know, I didn't fill up my bottle before the stream. I'll invite everybody and then quickly go get water. If anybody is in here from the chat, just let me know, please. You're an NA. I think somebody once asked the question, are we ever going to be able to play together? And Visual literally said no. Not even like a shred of hope. They were like, no. Okay, I'll be right back. Same, Oswini. Or at least, like, I would be okay. I would be totally okay, especially since starting streaming. I've met so many friends from the US that play WoW. I would be okay with paying another subscription. And whatever, okay, I guess I have to also buy the expansion again. But at least let me keep my collection, you know? Let me keep my collection and all the things I've earned in World of Warcraft. And why do I have to restart from scratch? It's the same Blizz account. It's the same, like, Battle.net account. Sorry, not Blizz account. It's the same account, but you run 2 World of Warcraft clients on it. So why can't they just, like, share the collection, you know? I'm sure there's a really good reason why it doesn't work. But I wish it would. No, you don't keep anything. It's like a fresh account. I think the only thing you get to keep, I might be lying, but I think your store mounts. Nothing. No achievement, nothing. Thank you so much for the follow, Olafe. Appreciate it. I love your name. Yeah, you get nothing. Okay. Yeah. I will never play somebody else. Yeah. What if I, like, I don't know. What if I meet the love of my life and they're from the US and I decide to move to the US? Do I have to restart World of Warcraft? Girl, might as well quit. No, I will never quit. But I guess I would still play on EU and I would just deal with the ping. And I would be raiding at like 4 in the morning being like, hi divas, ready for raid? Let's go. Honestly, I talked about this in another stream. I would totally be down for a guild that wants to raid in the morning. What's like, why are there no guilds out there that like wake up at 9 in the morning and then they raid until 12 and then everybody goes on with their day? Wouldn't that be amazing? Thank you so much for the follow, Aaron. Appreciate it. Setting your alarm clock at rate 7 a.m. Yeah, I'd be down. I'd be clocking in. You best believe I'd be clocking in 8 a.m. on the clock. Ready, flask, food, feast, enchants, everything. It's funny, I'm looking for a guild right now, actually. Brushing my teeth during trash. Yeah. Having porridge. I had a yearly WoW itch. I'm hoping by tuning in it'll cure me. What? Because you're expecting me to convince you to not scratch the itch? Because I'm going to tell you, go scratch that itch. And go play WoW, Aaron. I'm playing retail right now. Do you guys take break from WoW? Like big actual breaks where you like not subbed or anything? Or do you always keep a sub running? I don't think I've ever unsubbed since I started. Same Lou. Lurar. Or Sugar Lou. Or Goat Lou. I never unsubbed. Never had a break either. Yeah, but been bad at unsubbing now. Yeah, I've never unsubbed. There was somehow always a reason for me to log in at least like once a week. Especially since we had the trading post. Since 2008? Wow. Blizzard should kiss your feet. I take breaks, but I usually just pause. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a good idea to pause your sub. There's nothing wrong with that, especially if you're not playing the game. Save your money, babe. But for me, that was genuinely always a reason to be subbed. Like, what am I going to take a break now? We're getting housing in like 2 weeks. And then, in January, probably pre-patch, and then it's almost midnight time again, and then a whole new season starts. So it's like, there's no time for a break, bitch. Not now as I buy the yearly sub. Yeah, I also have a yearly sub. I did get a really kind gift from someone that gifted me 1 year of game time, which is really, really sweet. So it was almost about when I started streaming, so I think soon I'm gonna have to pay the yearly amount again. I'm so ready for housing. Same! Oh, so excited. I almost kind of started the new house in beta, but I was like, nah, I'll do it together when it comes out with you guys live on stream. I'll be stupid about it and not know anything what I'm doing, but we're gonna figure it out together, and you guys are gonna be here to help me. I'm joking. There's no rush. I know exactly what plot I want. That's great. I know that I want plot 0, Alliance Zone. I'm gonna have to set up like a thing soon, because I would love to do like a little community neighborhood. And we're gonna have to like figure that out soon, right? Because I think I'm gonna have my house in the Alliance Zone with some of my old guildies and some of my friends, and then maybe we could have because you can only have one Horde one Alliance one, so maybe the community one is gonna be Horde, just so I still get to like do both, you know, have a community neighborhood and then also like a private neighborhood. Maybe I can create like a sign-up sheet or something. I'm gonna have to look into it. For the people that are interested. Obviously only, unfortunately, EU. Cockchair neighborhood. Well, we do have to give it a name, I think. I do think the neighborhood gets a name, like a guild. This is the first expansion where it got me for a year and a half. Wow.
What can I say? He took his job seriously.
You know what we should do? For one stream, we should just like review The War Within. We go through every dungeon, every raid, every patch, everything that they've added, and we just talk about it and review it. Wouldn't that be kind of fun? Just to like, you know, have the whole expansion play through our head again. So then we're ready for midnight. We should do that. Should we do that today? Ah! Okay, let's think. Let's think. Cause whatever, I can do retail off stream. Tier list stream incoming. Ooh, that would also be fun. We could do a little, but I don't have a qualified opinion on tier lists about WoW X-Specs because I've not played most of them. I've started in BFA and not even full BFA. So that I wouldn't be able to do that. Sounds super cunty, I'm in. Okay, we can do that. Let me just finish all my remix stuff and then we'll review The War Within from beginning to start. And the raid bosses. Sure, we can do whatever you guys want to talk about. We should, but I need to find a way to get all the information what every patch included. Because I will forget some things. It's also, I think it's really good to also have all of that go through your head again to realize that, wow, some people say that The War Within was empty, but I'm like, where? There's a lot of things actually that happen in War Within. We just don't remember sometimes. Won't I have that in the next patch? The Newcomer's Adventure will have The War Within, or is that a minion? What? I don't know what you mean. Not empty, but they were like, yeah, The War Within was like, whatever, like it was okay. Like I don't even remember what happened in The War Within, and I'm like, let's refresh your memory, babe. Which we will do now. Do you guys like the 3-patch rhythm, or do you miss 4 major patches? Because Legion made me realize, wow, we used to have 4 major tiers. Like 4 major raids and plus seasons, and now it's 3. But when I think now having a 4th The War Within one, I'm like, nah, I'm ready for the next expansion. I used to be like, no, I kind of liked 4, but now I'm like, if we would get a 4th now, I'd be like, nah, let's get to midnight. You'll do the raids in story mode? Oh. Gives new players a brief summary about The War Within expansion through story mode. Oh, that's good. I think that general makes sense because The War Within is kind of like a reset of the lore in general. So I think that's great. Yeah, Zolotaf had a huge presence. They added so many things at the beginning of the expansion. I was so busy and I didn't even raid or do M+. Why am I not being transported? Target not in line of sight. Ah, there we go. With her feet, girl. The feet were the most were so iconic, not gonna lie. Why am I not being transported? What is going on here? I'm in combat. Ugh, so annoying. Nope, won't work. Okay. We're fighting her right now? Oh, okay. Heron, you have feet options. I know! Crazy! Even the pre-X-Pac art style cinematics when Ali Oop went full void mode. Chills. Literal chills. The War Within was empty to me. Anduin, who was corrupted, and his pops in Legion, and Thrall, who disappeared after Chris Metzen retired, are coming back. And I felt that having Anduin and Thrall completely absent was a bit meh, but The War Within also brought an old vet like me back and played through the entire expansion since Mist of Pandas. I love that. I do agree that it was very odd that Thrall was kind of brought back into the picture and Jaina, and then they just... Silence. I do think that's really weird. I agree with you. Anduin played a really big part in the first patch. What did he do in the second? The second he wasn't really there. You're right. Yeah. I mean, I think that the story might feel a little lackluster because it's not... There's no conclusion because we're going through a trilogy. So the same way people like Heronir were so heavily teased for The War Within, and then they didn't really play a big role, which was also odd. And they also did admit that they made changes on the go. So I do think that the story might feel a bit lackluster when you look at it as an expansion as a whole, but when you look at it through like a 3-part series, it actually feels okay. Can I go now? Yes. Yes, it's gonna be great. They were not utilized in The War Within. Now Heronir feed option kills me. Wait, why did people leave? Are we done? Oh, we're done. Okay. Great. Crazy that I was able to join mid-fight. We are done, Diva. Slay. Which is why I feel like Zalatav is not going to make it to the last Titan. I'm very interested to see what's going to happen with Zalatav. I also feel like it would almost feel a bit long if she would be dragged out all the way until the end of the last Titan. Midnight seems very void themed, so I will very carefully assume that Zalatav will meet her end at the end of Midnight. But you also never know. The last Titan doesn't sound like it's Zalatav themed. But we have no idea what it's going to be about. We just know we're going back to Northrend. Did I get a cloak? I did not. I want to get rid of this power. What is this power called? The annoying shield when you backtrack. I want to get rid of that. Aegis Ward. There it is. I hate that power. I have it. No, I have it once. Okay, we'll replace that with I Am My Scars. There we go. Ah, amazing. Let's save this set. I can't think of anything. Did we get a cloak? No, we didn't. I just want to hit my 740. Maybe when we... Oh, we have 8 of these to create. Give me my cloak. Nope. Nope. Yes, Northrend will get updated. I'm very excited. It'll be great for somebody that has not played that expansion at all, because I'll finally be able to like properly explore Northrend with like a fresh vibe. I did not get a single back piece. That's crazy. We will see Azeroth herself at the end of Midnight though. You think? What would she look like? Fierce, probably. Are they doing revamped Northrend zones? Yes, they are. They are, Roberta. I want the Legion to return. Really? I don't know. I feel like we've had so much fell stuff. And I haven't even played Legion. I feel like that part is done. They can be referenced here and there, but Sargeras is literally dead. I don't know. I feel like the Legion has served their part. Just play Warlock. I want Azeroth to throat punch Amun Fool. Slay. Wouldn't she be like a baby Goo Goo Gaga? Well, Sargeras is out there with Illidan, so... I thought he's dead. What? Isn't he dead? Wasn't his last act like putting down that sword into Azeroth? He's not dead. Illidan is his jailer. Ow. Ow. Do you guys think Illidan will return? I know Sylvanas will, and that's all I care about. Let's see. We almost finished all. We just need Armies of Legion Fall, and then Argusi Reach. Doesn't Argusian Reach starts next week, right? The last patch. Oh, Valarjar also didn't finish. Valarjar. Lore-wise, I think Sargeras is meant to be stronger than the entire Pantheon combined now. You'll see in a cinematic when we fight Argus next patch. Right. Then maybe I've confused. I thought he was dead. They will definitely come back. Maybe he'll come back in the last Titan. My theory is Azeroth will destroy the world to be born, and then with time travel or something, our heroes find a new... No, please no time travel. Time travel is always so wonky and feels like a cheat. I don't know. I mean, I like your theory, but I just don't really want time walking. Time walking in stories is always so messy and always feels like such a like easy way out. I don't know. I don't like that. I would love to see us lose in Midnight. I would love to things to feel very like grim, like we've lost.
Hi, Diva.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub, Puck Schmucker. Thank you so much for the Prime, appreciate it. Have some free Bizzo bucks. You are doing a great job with the stream. Oh, thank you so much. That's very sweet of you. Love your name. Yeah, I would love to see us fully lose. To see how things get really grim. Like, you know, when you're like, oh, no matter how bad things get, whatever, we'll win. But I want to see us fail. And then the last Titan from, like, we can, whatever, save Azeroth. But that's what I would like to see. I saw this one video, and I will never find that video again. Maybe someone has seen it too, which had a theory about Ashara. So their theory about the last Titan is that Ashara is going to come back and she's going to be like our new anti-hero. The same way Illidan was kind of an anti-hero in Legion. And her whole thing is, because like, you know, the War Within was kind of light. No, Midnight is all about like light and void. We see it also in the pre-order and stuff. And one can't exist without the other. So like only light is just as evil as only shadow. And Ashara is actually the daughter of Elune. Okay, just hear me out. It was someone's theory, okay? So basically there's this story about two moons, which is a mother and a daughter. And the daughter was kind of rebellious and always wanted to explore more. So she fled the grasp of her mother and came down to Azeroth as reincarnated as a night elf. She then lives a mortal life, more or less. I think she was immortal for a while. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Basically, she forgets who she is. Then she gets corrupted, whatever. She loses the grip from the Zoth, whatever. She's free to go now. She figures out who she actually is. She goes back to her mother, and then she figures out with her mother how to like actually control control the perfect balance between light and shadow. So she becomes like a light and shadow weaver. And then she's sent back to Azeroth to heal it. And to teach Azeroth how to balance these energies. Because Azeroth is going to be like in pain or like in danger or whatever. and it's gonna be like a new class or whatever. But she's basically like back in her old form, how she was supposed to look like from the very beginning. Because there was always something very intoxicating about Ashara, and nobody was able to explain it. Just she's not like any other night elf, and I love that theory. I don't know where they came up with it, but it was one random ass video that I saw on YouTube, and I'll never find it again. But it was so interesting, and it felt like this could really be a thing. So Cenarius and Asharas are siblings. We know that. Oh, I guess I don't know much about Cenarius, to be honest. I know lore, but I don't know lore that deeply. WoW Stories ends with us getting absolutely crushed. It's like I heard this theory. You did? Okay, I'm glad somebody heard it. This is a theory, but a fun one. Yeah. The Blue Child, I don't remember that well. I gave you guys the short version. This was like explained much better, and I probably also got it wrong, and it all made a lot of sense and was very like, oh, I loved it. So I kind of hope it goes into that direction, because I do want to see Ashara return. Hey cuties, I'm gonna have to have dinner with my parents. Talk to you soon. Goodbye, Neutronics. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you for hanging out. That would be so cool. Yeah. Young Charlie looking hella good. Huh? Hi, Lanari, but what? So she said, so she is a disc priest. I guess. Like something like that. Cenarius is the son of Elune and Malorn. Who's Malorn? All I know is that Elune's sister is the Winter Queen. And I love the Winter Queen. Right. Are we done with remix? We are. I didn't get my cloak, unfortunately, which is very sad, but that's okay. I've never heard of Malorn. Malorn is a white stag and one of the ancients. Charlie, Bella's dad? What? We're talking about 4 different things right now. Who? I'm so confused. My brain is like scattered. Let me take a sip. When did we talk about Twilight? Oh! Girl, that's crazy. No, I know about Twilight. I knew you were talking about Twilight, but I was like, where does Twilight come in now? We were just talking about Ashara. You're saying that I look like Bella's dad. Got it. Thank you, Ape, by the way. It's kind of like a demigod to the Night Elves. Interesting. I just got here and I got that. Slay. Such a himbo. I know it might look like I'm dumb, but genuinely when you're streaming and you're having 45 different conversations and then somebody throwing something completely random, it throws you off so much and you're just like, what? I'm not dumb. I'm just like, what does that come in now? Like, I'm already thinking about 3 different topics. I'm thinking about what are we going to do next? What do I still have to do in remix? What's up? What the next chat message is sending? Like, it's a lot. He was slain by Archimond, I believe. I forgot who we're talking about. Oh, you were talking about the Night Elf person. Yeah. Slay. Paramancer has some great lore videos on YouTube. He usually predicts through reading some great things about WoW and where it's heading. Got it. Yeah, I'll check it out. I know stuff about the lore, but I'm not like an expert on it. I know like bits and pieces that interest me. Like I don't know much about. Yeah, I know a lot about. I've looked a lot of the lore about Night Elves because I think that's really interesting to me, but I couldn't tell you a single thing about dwarves. No, literally no idea. I know that Magni went from being stone to flesh. And I know that Moira is fierce. And that's all I know. There are 30 years of lore, so it's hard to keep track. Yeah, whenever I watch Tally speak about lore, I'm like fascinated, but I'm always just like, I have no idea where we are right now. I'll pick up bits and pieces, and oh, I've read Sylvanus's book, and that was really good. That was really, really good. That's where I learned about like the war and stuff with the horde that they went through with the orcs and stuff. I never knew about any of that. That was really, really interesting. Like where she lost her parents and her brother. Is this WoW retail? No, this is remix. Well, technically retail, but it's a separate thing. Okay, we wanted to review The War Within, and I'm very down for that. I think we have enough time for it. So let's start that. But before we do that, I'm gonna go piss girl. Probably make another coffee. And then also turn on the lights because it's getting dark already. It gets dark here at like 4 p.m. and we're like half an hour to 4 p.m. So once we've done that, we'll review. Thanks for the Go Pissed Girl emote. Once we're done that, we'll review The War Within, okay? Let's do it. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I have another coffee. And I'm ready. Okay, how do we do this? What would make sense? Do we just go through raids, dungeons, and plus season? PvP season, if somebody has anything to add. I don't know a lot about PvP. And then what else could we do? Story? The patches. Well, the patches are kind of... The in-between patches don't really matter that much, I think. We'll just look at it as a whole. At each patch, each like major season. Yeah, I think that's good. Let's do it like that. Okay, let me also change my stream title really quick, because so it's not misleading. Okay, done. All right. Let me put this here. Raid boss by raid boss, and if serve or a flop, or if they would use the F slur, I don't know. Visor! Girl, what? You're talking about a Brainrot review. Sure, we can do that. I've read more about, like, you know, well, so like, did we like this dungeon? Was it well designed? But you were like, would this boss call me an F slur? Yes. W's in the chat if you think yes. Okay. Let's log into one of my characters and then look at it like that. Let's log into... Who did I play in the first season? I played with my Warlock, so let's log into the Warlock. Oh, I'm howling. Okay, let me turn this on. Right. Okay. Let's go to Dornagal. You guys are gonna have to remind me of some things. Sorry, I thought this was a Brainrot stream. You guys are gonna have to remind me of some, like, things that happened, because I will probably forget. I am not prepared for this. I have not done my research. What in the world made you think this is a Brainrot stream? Exactly. I'm like, oh, rude. Okay, let's go to Dornagal, because I feel like that's a good place to start. Let's talk about the pre-patch first. How about that? Because what the fuck was that? Does anyone here remember the pre-patch? If no, don't worry. You've not missed out whatsoever. It was ass. I'm just gonna say it straight up. The pre-patch was ass. It was the worst pre-patch I've ever played, and I have not played many, so that's probably a shitty... I'm not probably someone that has a great opinion on this, but I've played the Shadowlands one, obviously, and then the Dragonflight one, and the War Within one. And the War Within one was by far the worst. And I think in general, people would agree. I don't know, what you guys think? So boring, pre-patch was only good for leveling. Girl, it was horrible. I still played it because I was excited about the War Within. That's what makes me play a pre-patch. But in general, the content was literal ass. Let me see if I can pull up a graphic from pre-patch. Pre-patch, the War Within. Maybe, you know how they always create these like posters? Where you can see everything that's being added. Let's find that. pre-patch the War Within feature or something. Like, what is it? What is it called? I found one picture, but that doesn't look like. Oh, okay. No, wait. See, I forgot about something. Why can't I? Can I not use that as a picture? Let's do it like that. Whoops. No, that's not that. Where did I save it? Hold on, let me stop the chatting. I found like a picture where it shows all the features the pre-patch had. Because that'll be easier to then look at. Ha! I found it. Okay. Boom! Radiant Echoes running around random zones. It was very repetitive after the first thing you did. Okay, yeah, Radiant Echoes, 100% ass. Horrible, bad, crazy, not good. I don't even remember it. Exactly. I think that describes it perfectly. Right. So what I want to do, I want to review the War Within expansions from very start to the end. Starting with pre-patch. Radiant Echoes, as we've all established, was ass. The War Within coming soon launches August. Let me think if I remember the launch. I do remember the launch, but I think the big takeaway from the pre-patch was warbands. And the only thing we can say about warbands is big win. Like, tell me one thing you hate about warbands. It was amazing. Such a good quality of life change. It made so many currencies account bound. It made a lot of reputations account bound. It made a lot. You have account bound gear now that you just get from raid bosses. You can get a tier token that is account bound that you can just send to your alt, and he already has a tier piece. It's great. Warbands was great, but I also remember it completely broke the game for like 2 weeks, and we couldn't use it at all. But in general, I think I've overstepped when I said that the pre-patch was complete ass, because the content was, but the features that were introduced were actually probably one of the most memorable features ever introduced. Obviously, like transmog and stuff, like back in the day, sure. But like, think about since the BFA. This is massive. It's a massive change. Like when it comes to quality of life in general. Like it got rid of a lot of like barriers that we had in the game. So I think warbands is actually very memorable. Warbands were much needed. Most have been so hard for a technical point of them to add in. Yeah. No, I remember it completely broke the game when it came out, which is fair. It's an old game. But it made things so smooth. Sometimes I forget that we have warbands, not because it's bad, but just because like I forget that I have that luxury sometimes, and I'm like, oh wait, never mind. And just to also have like one concise pool of all your gold also feels incredible. And then to also have like the crafting things and like everything is just so nice. It was also incredible. Think about it when we played the first patch where we had Isle of... My god, I forgot about it. Remember that little isle that they added after the first patch? Well, anyway, we had those rings and we had those like things you put into the ring. You could just put them all into your warbank and then you just go on your new alt. You take all your rings, boom, done. It was so Siren Isle. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. Because, yeah. And you can transfer mats, gold from Alliance to Horde far more easily. Yeah, true. See, I didn't even think about that. No, we can all agree that warbands win. Radiant of Echoes, chop. I do not remember the story, but I feel like there was almost no story in the pre-patch. You flew around random old zones, and it looked like Azurite. I don't know. It was just, it seemed a bit lazy, which I understand considering that they probably had all their hands full with warbands. But yeah. Sell BOEs on different servers for higher prices. Oh, see, never even thought of that. Yeah, no, that's great. Okay, then launch of the War Within. I remember specifically one thing. I took 2 weeks off to play the launch of the War Within and ended up being a little disappointed. This might be specific to me because I enjoy playing M+ and doing the raid, and I like to be competitive at the beginning of a season. And that's why I took off. Of course, I also took off to level up and have fun and blah, blah, blah. I think the first week of an expansion coming out is so special. Like, mostly it brings back a lot of people that take breaks from WoW. Some people don't even come back for like the next patch, but they will always come back for the launch of an expansion. They might only play the first season, but they'll be there. And I think there's always in general, the vibe in World of Warcraft feels incredibly positive when a new expansion launches. And then later, the shitty things crystallize. But at the beginning, everything seems amazing. And I remember leveling. I started with... No, I leveled up my Warlock. I straight up leveled up my Warlock. Loved the leveling. It was incredible. I mean, I think that the leveling campaign with all the cutscenes probably had the most cutscenes since like ever. There were so many voice acted cutscenes and they were incredible. Going through all the zones, girl flying into... Okay, so the Dalaran cinematic was interesting. I was spoiled that Dalaran is going to get destroyed, and I was able to process my grief about, because I love Dalaran, feels so special to me. Clock it. But Dalaran being destroyed was sad, obviously. Khadgar dying was obvious that he's not dying. Like, it was so obvious to me that he's not dead. A lot of people thought he was dead and got like really emotional, but I just kind of knew that he wasn't gonna be dead. Like, they're not gonna kill off Khadgar that quickly. You know, that's never gonna happen. But that cinematic of Zalatoth... Wait, we should pull it up. That cinematic of Zalatoth, like, being that mage in Dalaran, and then he, like, gets, like, all, like, spooky and turns into Zalatoth. That was incredible. That was mind-blowing. So the first, like, whole, like, beginning with Dalaran being destroyed, and it really feeling like, okay, you're being invaded by this new evil new evil power was incredible. I loved it. It felt like there were high stakes, but the only thing that I was like, people played up the Khadgar scene, which I think wasn't even that important. It didn't feel that special because I knew he was not going to be dead, right? Launch was amazing for me. I loved leveling through the zones and enjoying the story without rushing the first week. Yeah, absolutely. I thought he was going to be a puppet or something for Zalatoth. I thought so too, but I knew he's not dead. So yeah, so that was great. I loved that. Especially that like the cinematics were incredible. And then going into Dornogal, I remember I was like, it feels a little empty. Like, I don't think that Dornogal is going to be my favorite main city we've ever had. The only other main city that is worse is Oribos. Oribos was horrible. I was able to get lost in Oribos even at the very end of Shadowlands. Oribos felt, even though it's such a cool concept, it just felt a little boring. But we're not talking about Shadowlands. But Dornogal, it just doesn't feel... It's cool. I understand it looks earthen. It looks dwarven vibes with the mountain and everything. And yes, it's pretty. But it just feels a little samey. You know, it feels samey everywhere a little bit. I don't know. What do you guys think? You know, usually, like... You spend probably most time in the main city when the new expansion is around. So I just feel like Dornogal, I'm not necessarily going to miss it. Think about BFA, not Horde, Alliance, Borealis. I still think about that city. Borealis is incredible. Never got sick of it. loved Borealis from the very beginning until the very end and was sad when I had to leave. I definitely do not feel like that about Dornogal. Borealis, the music, incredible, amazing. The Dornogal music, I don't. Let me remind myself of the Dornogal music. Right, there is no music right now. But talking about music in World of Warcraft, the login music for the War Within, chop. Okay, this music is fine. No, the Dornogal music is fine. I think the worst were the WoD cities. Yeah, I missed those out. I never played. Dorn feels boring. Okay, so I think we pretty much agree. Dornogal feels a little... Dornogal feels so weird. It's kind of huge, but you only spend time up on this higher... Yeah, you don't... It's huge, but then it just feels like... It feels like a city that was planned out, but then not filled. You know? We all have one big, like, building that looks different from the others. Everything else looks the same. I get it. It's a dwarven city, so it's supposed to look dwarven, but I'm kind of over her. Exactly, Tonzi. I'm over her. We're ready for a new city. Period. The music was cute, but the music that we first listened to was the login music. And here it sounds good, but then later on it becomes so stressful. It's like it's like you're watching a horror movie. I'm like, can we chill? Like, this sounds like World of Warcraft music. This one's that part is okay, but then later on. Hi, Phantom. How you doing? Sorry, is the music too loud? Here it's okay, but later on there's this really like high note stressy phase where it's like, and it's like, girl, can we take a breath? Anyway, so the login music, chop. I hate being harsh, but it's true. I'm sorry. That's like the OG right here. That's a similar beat to the what? No, absolutely. And that OG World of Warcraft beat is totally fine. It does sound a little bit like Orgrimmar music too, but it's good. But then later on, it gets way too stressful. When we get those Spidey part of the music, it's a bit... Yeah, the Spidey part. Yes, you're right. That's where it gets like creepy and stressful. Another thing that I wish that they would do. So like, okay, we get exactly this music when we log into Dornogal, but it's always the same beat. And that can get really repetitive, no matter how good the music is. So what I would love for them to do is to like, why not do it a bit randomized? Like when you log into Dornogal, it starts at like minute 3. Why always have to start from the very beginning and listen to the same track every single time? I feel like if they would switch it up, I know this sounds like champagne problems, but that tiny little change I think would do wonders for like how a city feels and how quickly you get sick of it. I don't know, what do you guys think? That's like the OG right there. Oh, I already read that, sorry. I fear remade Silvermoon might be the best ever, or I'm hoping. I hope so too. I have big hopes for Silvermoon. Yeah, anyway, so the first zone, this part here, Isle of Dorn, I really liked. I kind of agree music can really shape an emotion. Yeah. Is the music too loud, by the way? Should I turn it down a little bit? Let's turn it down. You guys can still hear it. Yeah. So this first zone I actually kind of loved. I know it's very open and obviously doesn't have that much, but this is another thing what I feel like with dragon riding, it's great. Huge change, completely game changing for the game, blah, blah, blah. Like we can ride, we can be fast, it feels more dynamic, whatever. However, being able to fire from the very start sometimes makes you not truly explore a zone. Like, I feel like my perception of this zone is it's like open plains, green, kind of like Onaran plains a little bit. There's a bits and pieces with like caves and like dwarven stuff. But you don't actually explore the zone that much anymore because you're just flying everywhere. You're not like having to run around here. Like, for example, did I ever notice those ships here? I don't think so. Never even realized that there's ships here. There's Alliance and Horde ships. Did you guys realize? I didn't. You kind of lose that like magic a little bit of exploring a zone But I also understand when I tell people that I don't want to fly from the very start, they usually go, "Are you crazy?" But that's just what I think. Did we ever spend more time in this place than 5 minutes? I don't think so. Even though it's gorgeous. I remember the whole like campaign with like creating more storm rooks and stuff. That was lovely. I really loved the music in the zone, not gonna lie. I remember when the expansion dropped, I just stood on a rock for like 30 minutes. I love that Swedish stuff. That's so cute. This is what I love about World of Warcraft, when you get to like enjoy things and like explore the zone. And that has been lost a little bit with when it comes, from my personal opinion, because of being able to quickly fly everywhere from the very start. But in general, I think the zone here and the story were really, really good. The Earthen are actually really wholesome. They're way more wholesome than the other dwarves, in my opinion. They're very, very sweet. And I also like that they didn't trust us immediately when we arrived, which makes sense because they've been shut out of the world like every new race that is introduced to WoW. I really liked it. I thought it was great. And I loved the story when we also like came to Dornogal and then we made more friends with them. We had to earn their trust. Obviously, Dalaran remains here. Sad. Do I think that the Dalaran ending was cut a little short and should have had more weight? Yes. But it was still good for what it was. We did have that like later on, that like remembrance thing where we like had that like where we like gathered all these like artifacts, and this one guy did like a speech. I forgot his name. Like an important mage person from Dalaran. That was really nice. I wish they would have done that a little sooner, but I think that was great. And yeah, I don't think I have much else to say about this zone. I think it's cute. This was my first ever delve I did, I think like everybody else, and I was like, cute. Was it the most thrilling experience? No, but it was cute. The skybox in the zone when the sun starts to go down is also beautiful. Yes. Oh, the theater trope. Oh, I don't know. Why do I feel nostalgic about this? I remember laughing with my friends about this, like having to like dress up as dwarf, and I think it's cute. Hi, Azario. We're reviewing The War Within right now. The music is also really cute. Well, I do like the Pathfinder achievements they used to do, is that you earn flying. I understand that after a while it becomes a barrier for new returning players if they have been playing since the start of the XPEC. They have to go grind stuff. We've had 5 to 6 months to do so just to catch up to be able to fly. I feel like there needs to be some kind of middle ground. Absolutely, I agree with you. I think, and Tali made that point, which I really like, is you... Am I in war mode? No, okay. Where you just have to play through the campaign story and then you can fly. So that can be done in a day, right? I think it would if they would keep it like that, it would already really help with being able to explore the zone a little bit more and get a little more into it. I think we can simply activate flying with a new patch. I don't think we need to have it tied to achievements. I also don't think it should be tied to achievements. Hi, Luke. Don't worry about it, Diva. But I think just complete the story zone. Just complete the story of the zone, and then you'll be able to fly. And that can be done in like a day, right? Or less than a day. When we started leveling, we did this and the next zone in like 1 day. I possibly won't fly during Midnight Campaign for my first time. I'm gonna try to not fly too, but I know it's gonna be hard. Also, hi Connor. I think it's gonna be hard, but I'll do my best because I also want to try to not fly at the beginning, just to be able to really get to explore Silver Moon and everything, and have all the nostalgia hit me. But yeah, I think theater event, what is it called? Theater trope. It was cute. I liked it. In general, I think this zone is really well done. Don't have much to say about it. Dornogal is a little boring, but the rest of the zone is really cute. There's this one area here that I specifically love. And also, oh my god, the sheep. Like, it reminds me a little bit of The Hobbits. It kind of has a Hobbit vibe, don't you guys think? Any Hobbit fans out there? It does give a little bit of a Hobbit vibe. I think the zones are a bit more ground mount friendly than Dragonflight zones. Yeah, Dragonflight was obviously made super vertically just because of dragon riding. Yeah, it does kind of give Shire a little bit. Shire is more cozy, but there's this one place here where the story leads you, and I don't. Is it here? I think it might be here, which is really cozy and cute. I think it's too many mountains for the Shire and too stony. Yeah, I'm not saying it's exactly like the Shire, but the vibe and the wholesomeness of the Dwarven gives a little bit Shire vibes, you know? Yeah. This part here is also really pretty with the forest. Oh, and the bees. That's really cool with like the bees that are like crazy and evil and like lava, whatever. This part here is also really cute. This is what I meant. The Cinderbrew Meadery. Oh, Cinderbrew Meadery. Really cool concept. I don't know if I like the dungeon though, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Anyway, so that's the first zone. Also, this music. This reminds me of Lord of the Rings. It reminds me of Lord of the Rings. And I remember playing through here, like, just this angle from this zone. Imagine if you had no flying and you would have to walk there. You'd be like, this is such a beautiful zone. Look at this. It's actually beautiful. But we never look at it from this angle because we always fly everywhere. Like, it's actually stunning, and all of a sudden it feels massive. Like, when you look around, it just feels so cozy and beautiful, and with the sound and everything. Completely different vibe if you're just not flying. I think it's doing it a little disservice that we didn't get to like properly explore it. Now imagine having a gob cart driving. Maybe if they reduced the size of Donegal, then it wouldn't feel empty. Maybe, yeah. Maybe if it was a little more compact. I'm also worried about that with Silvermoon. I'm not trying to be negative, but one thing I'm worried about in Silvermoon felt like an actual city back in BC, because it was like, it felt like all these tall buildings, and the streets felt really narrow, and it really felt like an old, ancient, like massive city. And I'm worried that the new city is gonna feel very like scattered. There's gonna be a lot of like negative and open space, and I wish it would keep that like this narrow streets vibe, you know? I have no idea what Silvermoon looks like. I've avoided it, but I would love for it to still give me that feeling and not to feel like a big open space with like a big open skybox, you know? Because that wouldn't make sense for me. I want Silvermoon to feel like a vibrant, big city full of life and narrow streets, and you know, like I want it to be that. I want beekeeping things and housing, even just as decor. Yeah, I love beekeeping. It's so cute. Even though, please stay away from me, bees. Love bees though. The only insect that I probably like, but still stay away from me. Oh, I love these sheep. These like storm sheep. They were really cute. They look like that one Pokemon. Isn't there like a Pokemon that looks exactly like this? Oh, she disappeared. Yeah, these were really cute. I love them. Isn't there like a legendary Pokemon that looks like this? I think I might use regular flying next expansion, so I'm not rushing quest to quest. Yeah. We still need to do the Blood Elf area before the revamp. We have a lot of things to do, which is great. Okay, let's go to the next zone. I think we're done here. Wooloo? No, if... Shaimin? Shaimin! Yes! That's the one that I mean. That's legendary, no? Shaimin's legendary. Or is it not? Are we able to place pets and our mounts in our houses? I don't think so, Mr. Phantom. But they're maybe in the future. Thank you so much for the follow, tier gal. Oh, sorry, I meant Wooloo, not legendary. Yeah, okay, this part here was cool. Flying into the first zone like that felt really awesome. I remember loving that part. The Coreway is so iconic, low-key. Yeah, no, it is really cool. I think they nailed that part. It felt really epic flying down here. And this zone, I just feel like I haven't spent much time in here. I remember being confused because there were like a million quests around here, and I just never really warmed up to this zone, not gonna lie. I will also say, underground zones, not my vibe. I don't like underground zones. I don't like feeling like I'm trapped. I hated the underground zone in Dragonflight. That patch in Dragonflight almost made me take a complete break. Just didn't like it. Don't like underground zones, and I know the World Within is all about being underground, but this one especially felt like you were a little trapped. Which is actually unfair to say, because the biomes here are so vibrant and different. It's not a terrible zone, but just not. I just never really warmed up to it. The transition between zones was on point this X-Pack. Absolutely. Absolutely. I would like to see my other alts inside my home just doing random things. Same. I wish this is how we would get Haranar, not just by loading into it. You mean like going all the way down? Yeah. This zone was cool with these random ass candle kobolds. Love them. I have my huge candle cock. Sorry. Anyway, that was really cool. Very unique for this zone. What else is here? Q. Lose Brainrot got you. Yeah, no, it really did. Oh, this is cool. Luminescent. Did I go here more than like 5 times? I don't think so. The zone is actually much bigger than it looks. Yeah, overall, I think the zone is okay. The story, I did not care for. Not really, wasn't really vibing with it. I don't know. What do you guys think? But now we're gonna go to my favorite zone. One of my favorite zones probably ever created or added to World of Warcraft. The story was actually kind of cool, very kobolds and catacombs. Yeah, maybe that's my problem. I'm just not really into that vibe. The music is beautiful. No, the music is amazing. Yeah, Starbeak. Yeah. For sure. Okay, zone is okay. But now, I specifically remember the first time flying through here and seeing Hallowfall. And girl, I was gagged. I genuinely was so gagged seeing this for the first time. The scene change, the music, the flying airships, the light, the waterfalls, the mistiness, the expanded area. It's so incredibly epic. It almost reminds me a bit of Rivendell. It's absolute cinema. This is incredible. This might be like one of my favorite zones ever added to World of Warcraft. And it almost made me feel nostalgic, even though it's a new zone. And the amount of detail that's in here. Look at all the flowers and the trees. They're all pointing towards the light. Have you guys noticed that? They're all pointing towards the light. And then the airships, the houses, and like the churches and the vibe with the light and everything. It feels so cozy and beautiful and special, even though it has such a dark history. Because technically it's like they're being invaded every time the crystal turns dark by horrible creatures that want to murder them. They're losing like all their people. They've lost so many children. So many families have been split up. It's such a dark history. God, leave me alone. It's such a dark history, and like story, but still feels somehow so cozy and beautiful. The whole story with the Arathi was incredible. The side stories too. All the side quests were so good. I remember like tearing up at one with that mage that like is so like determined to figure out how to make a portal back to their home. And he talks about how he misses his family and his friends and all the people he's lost, and he's one of the last few mages that's left, because for some reason all the mages have been killed systematically, especially the ones that were able to create portals. And then when he's finally about to figure it out, you kind of build this bond to him, and then all of a sudden he's dead, and you're just like, what? It was crazy. Like seeing his corpse and everything, it was really emotional and felt very like grim. And just in general, the zone feels so high fantasy. The whole like, it almost feels like, you know, that vibe from Game of Thrones with the wall. You know how they're like preparing for an attack anytime. Like when it gets dark, the evil people attack. It just feels so high fantasy with the light and the paladins, and it's just incredible. And then that random ass crystal, no one really knew what it was about. And this is also one of my negative points. The crystal was built up to be this epic reveal of what it is. A million theories. A million people thought it was a sword. Then we figured out it's not the sword. It doesn't make sense. Blah, blah, blah. We know what it is now. And I don't even remember. I remember it was so flop, the reveal, that it made zero noise and nobody was shocked. Can someone remind me what it is? It's not the sword. No, we already know what it is, but it's so irrelevant that people don't even remember. I was not a fan of Hallowfall or the Ringing Deeps. What? Really? Question. Where the F? Where the fuck is the light coming from? The sword is a sword sticking out of Sisyphus? No, it's not the sword. Calcified chunks of the world soul. Yeah, it's something like that. Something very like, huh? That's it? Oh, I was still under the impression it was a sword. No, it's not the sword, guys. A lot of people think it's a sword, but it's not the sword. It was confirmed that it's like has something to do with the world soul. It's literally stone. Yeah, it's just, yeah. And it kind of is supposed to show how the world soul is struggling right now between like shadow and light. But yeah, it's literally a random stone. It's a stone tied to the world soul. Also, it was explained in a random book as well. Nobody even really knew about it. And that's where I think they lost me. I remember just like staring at it and like wondering what it could be. Could it be something like foreshadowing something, and like the whole thing where it like turns, like, have you guys, like when you guys see it turning to shadow for the first time, it was so epic, and the whole vibe of the zone changes and it feels dangerous and dark, and the like sounds of the alarm going off, incredible. And then it's just a stone that's gonna tie to the world soul. It's like, that was the part where they fully lost me, but the rest of the zone is incredible. The music here, so cozy. And the inn, this fucking inn here. Look at this, it's so beautiful. Look at all the detail of the houses with the little like windows up there and the bridges. All houses look a little different, especially that house up there. Then the airships in the back, that like cozy autumn feeling of like the orange like trees. The music, it's incredible. It's chocolate. I love this zone so much. The only gripe I have is that we are not able to enter the Priory outside the dungeon. Oh yeah, the Priory is an incredible dungeon. The World Soul Azurite stuff never landed for me when it was introduced in BFA. Yeah, it just felt, I don't know, I wish it would have a this is so epic that it is such a shame that it doesn't have a deep meaning or like a big reveal. Maybe it still will, we don't know, but technically we already know what it is, and it's just so, it's like when you message with a guy and you're like, oh my god, so excited to meet him up, and then you meet up and it's like 0 out of 10. When you're talking like big game and then they finally show up and it's like 0 out of 10. There's no game. Anyway, that tip will be the return of AP farming, girl. Anyway, I want to show you guys this inn. Look at this inn. The music, isn't it so cute? I love a fucking fantasy inn vibe. that's like cozy, and then there's candlelight, and then there's big like things of beer and meat or whatever people drink in here. The music, the little details here with the books and everything, and like, it's just so pretty. While I love this song, the city also feels a little empty. You only come here for renown. Fair, but I don't think the city feels empty. I think the city actually feels, when you like play through the whole story, you kind of develop almost like a relationship with it, but it's like really bittersweet and kind of sad. Like here, everyone dancing here and chilling and talking, and then like the orphanage with the kids, the F words dancing. It's just so full of like story, and it feels like it's rich with like story and life. The Orphan Girl, yeah, the Orphan Girl quest line was incredible. And like here, and all these plans that they randomly have here, and these shrines, and it's just so beautiful. Hi, Luca. So much detail, and the side quests were my favorite in all of the zones. They were just so good. And the music is an absolute 10 out of 10. Yeah, it was incredible. And just looking up at that Vrrrry church thing, I wish that it was more part of like the world and you wouldn't just go there for the dungeon, because it's the architecture and everything is beautiful. It reminds me of like the light version of Revendreth a little bit. There's a playlist on Spotify of all the in musics. I love it. Oh, that's good to know. Like study music. And you can pretend you're like studying a magic book instead of like a boring book for university. There's a it's all about romanticizing boring things. You were a huge inspo for my profile pic. I love that. Let me look at your profile pic. Cute. Looks great. Yeah. No, I think I've said everything about this zone. I love it. It's incredible. 10 out of 10. If you've not played through it, do all of the side quests. Pay attention to them. They're so full of detail. They're so emotional and beautiful. It's a lot about loss and like looking out into the future. It's just incredible. Anyway, next zone and the last one of the first patch. Keeping the lights on with radiant shards was actually one of the better quickly. Yeah, that was my preferred one, because you would just stock them up and then just put them in. I remember specifically here the cinematic. Also, just quickly wanna mention something. The story, the main story of this zone was the whole Anduin thing, right? Anduin being like lost with the light and not knowing what he's doing, blah 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 blah, and then Faerun helping him. I think the relationship between Anduin and Faerun was beautiful. Considering she's a new character and we don't have any history with her. Hi Lou! We're reviewing the entire The War Within, bit by bit. Considering she's completely new to the story, we don't really know her, we've not built a relationship with her. She's captured me so quickly and became such a fave so quickly. The way she like, even though she's been through something so horrible and obviously like lost her arm, lost her family, she came here basically when she was still kind of a child, and she's still so like kind of bright-eyed and like open and like positive. She's really inspiring, and I think she was the perfect person for Anduin to meet, because obviously he also went for something horrible and he's struggling. He lost his connection to the light, and their relationship was so beautiful. And people will be like, oh, Anduin's being a crybaby, Anduin's being like, well, but I think that this story is actually so close to like real life mental health issues that they're showing. Obviously it's all about him returning to the light and finding himself again, but you can use that scenario in real life issues, and it's such a beautiful depiction of like mental health issues, and the way she talks about it, the words she uses, it blew my mind. It was incredible. It made me tear up. And then when they like together like channel the fire and he sort of starts to feel the light again, that was beautiful. And even though it's like Anduin doesn't really get to do that much more later on in the story, I think even that part was so memorable and beautiful
that it deserves all of my points. It's just incredible. I love that Arafi need more content on them. We will definitely get more Arafi content. It's pretty teased pretty heavily. I think we'll get there. Arafi Empire Midnight Season 3 to lead us into the last Titan Sea off. I would love for the Arafi to be an entire expansion. Why not do it big? Why just one patch? I would love. I think their story could be so rich and amazing, and their culture is already so fleshed out. We've already kind of fallen in love with them, and we don't know who that emperor is. He's being talked about a lot. Is he evil? Is he good? We never know. Let's make it a whole expansion. The cinematic where Anduin was mirroring Varian was so good. It was, I get goosebumps thinking about it. It was incredible. I want to start WoW again with the housing update. You should. You absolutely should, Luca. The album is called World of Warcraft Taverns of Azeroth original soundtrack. It's only from vanilla now when I looked at it though. I mean, the vanilla ones are great. Hi, Ithany. We're good, thank you. We're just reviewing The War Within. Yeah, so this was beautiful. I love the story here. And then I also remember specifically when it got messy, when we went down with the ship with Illyria, all the way down, Illyria on her revenge path. I thought it was great. I thought it was amazing. Loved it. So many cutscenes. One cutscene after the other, all voice acted, all felt like high energy and important. And flying down here into like the spider, it really felt like you're entering like the spider's nest, which was terrifying, for especially as somebody that has horrible arachnophobia. This was spooky. That big ass ship here being caught in the web, like, work. They've really nailed the fantasy. And the way the music, it feels like a spider creeping up. Like it's so good. I love it. Amazing release into Flopiana boots Undermine. Here we go. I don't think Undermine was Flopiana, but we'll get there. Yeah, this was just the it reminded me a little bit of Nazjatar, with like the like caves everywhere and kind of like vertical. It has these like the architecture. It looks like Nazjatar a little bit. I don't know if you guys see it too. Nazjatar is one of my favorite zones, by the way. Ashka Head has a, we'll get to the goblins later. Ashka Head has a great aesthetic and vibe. It definitely has, like, even looking at this city, it definitely feels like spidery and creepy. But there's some elements about it that I think make no sense. Like, why are there stairs? Shouldn't it be like, I feel like almost, I wish that the houses were like on the ceiling and it would be upside down because there's spiders. It definitely feels like it feels a little bit like a humanoid city, and there's some details that look spidery, like for example this building here with the like legs, it looks like spiders, but technically spiders are not meant to be on the ground. Which I think that this could have been really unique if it was like upside down, because they don't need to worry about gravity. That would have been really cool. But in general, I think the zone feels spooky. It's a little disgusting because I hate spiders. Like this part here just like gives me the ick. I didn't spend much time in here though, not gonna lie, guys. I don't know if did I ever finish the Renown? I didn't like spending time here. I never finished the Renown. I still have 2 more to go. Embarrassing, but yeah, I don't know. I just didn't really connect that much with it. They're not spiders though. You're being Narubaphobic. Sure, I'm being Narubaphobic. Let's call it that. If they're not inspired by spiders, I don't know what other creatures are out there that they're inspired by. I hope they do another Fairy Core expansion. Love that. That would be the opposite of this. No, they're definitely misunderstood, and I get it. I can't help it. I'm scared of them. Thank you so much, OnlyFlan, for the follow. And what I also think was a little bit of a shame is that this city of threads, like this whole ass city here, that is almost reminiscent a little bit of the Nightborn city just didn't really play a big part. Just didn't really play a big part. It could have been... It could have had more of a role to play, in my opinion. You went in here, you did your Nerubian quest here, and you left. Like, it just didn't really... A whole lot of nothing. Yeah, it feels like the architecture and everything is great, but the execution and the vibe and like the life that was supposed to be in here just doesn't feel that rich. A whole lot of nothing. Yeah. Violin. Oh, the music is 10 out of 10. They nailed the music, especially when it comes to being like spooky and spidery. I think that's exactly what it's portraying. The city doesn't feel lived in. Exactly. Like, it doesn't at all. And you're supposed to be like, there's supposed to be this entire army that Zalatath has like managed to capture and bring on her side, and we should be scared of them. And all these Nerubians, it's like, oh, they're one of the oldest races on Azeroth. Literally lived through the Black Empire, and then we don't really experience them that much. I don't know. That was a little shame, because obviously you could be like learning so much from them. We're not there yet. We were just going through the zones now, and then we're gonna do raid and dungeons and everything. But it's still a great zone, not gonna lie. Like, it's still obviously very unique. We've not seen anything like this before. I just personally didn't connect with it that much. This is the first time also where we met the Heronir, right? Like, somewhere around here for like one chapter, I think we had the Heronir, and then that's it. And then we met them again a little bit in Undermine. That was also a little lackluster, but I think what I loved about it is how goofy they made some of the spiders. Like, some of the side quests were so funny. Like that one quest line where you help that woman devour her husband. Like, funny. Really, really funny. A little goofy. And I think World of Warcraft does that really well. And then you kind of realize that they're literally just like us. They're not as spooky and scary as they look like, which I think is really cool. Ashkahead was the best zone of the X-Pack by far. I disagree. I think Hallowfall was absolutely the best zone. But Ashkahead is great too. The Mr. Sunflower questline here was incredibly disturbing but cool at the same time. That's the one that I'm talking about, right? Is that the one where she tries to eat her husband? Which, like, makes sense. They're spiders, but it's just, wow, scary and goofy at the same time. I also like the delves in this zone. I think they were kind of ignored with the other zones too. True, because people would never go all the way down here to do the delves here. They would much rather do the ones that are closer to Dornogal, which I also didn't probably do a great service to the zone. But I also actually liked the delves here. The delves were okay. Oh, there was a therapist one? Okay, I don't remember that one. Was it the one where he's like, I don't want to have 8 legs. I want to have like arms and 2 legs. Is that the one? Baladar changing into void form was epic. Yeah, oh my god, Hallowfall is amazing. Yeah, I didn't spend that much time in the zone as I should have probably. But it's still great. It's still great. The whole Nerubian thing was played up as being something so big and this massive army and this huge force. And it just didn't feel like that. It just didn't feel that epic and that big. But that's just how I see it. Maybe also from my perspective, it's always, it's always different for everybody. Hi, Rhetoric. How you doing? Hope you're having a gorgeous Sunday. We're just reviewing. Also, happy birthday again. We're just reviewing the entire The War Within from start to finish. I've been yapping a lot. Let me try to hydrate. Not just drink coffee. Right. Okay. Now that we're done with the zones. Oh, by the way, like the story here, incredible. That one like chapter where Illyria was finally confronting Zalatath, and then she jumps off the building. That was fierce. I wish that the queen was a little more, and then the whole like queen being turned into this like big monster, that was also crazy. But I wish that like the queen, what was her name? Anuba? No, what was her? Queen Ansarek. I wish that she had more of like an evil presence, but I guess she isn't evil, which is fair. But it definitely felt like she wasn't the main character here. She was definitely just being played by Zelotov. But Illyria and the whole quest line here with her going crazy over Zelotov was amazing. I'm just waking up and enjoying some remix. Love that. We did some remix earlier too. Did you do Karesh in the Siren Isles? We're far away from that. We're starting from the beginning. Her encounter was pure evil. I hated that boss. I think I've done it like 3 times on Heroic. I just didn't really go back because she didn't drop loot that I needed. I always did all the way until the generals, and then I was like, goodbye. Okay, we're done with the zones. I would say let's do, since we're already here, let's do the raid. For a first raid of the expansion, I actually think it was great. I think it's definitely memorable. I played this raid a lot. Didn't do Queen Ansarek that much. Like I said, she didn't drop loot for me that I needed. But in general, I think it was cool. The first boss was okay. Bloodborne Horror, sure. Way too much movement for my liking, but I'm also a caster, so that's okay. I remember playing Affliction Warlock, and I hated having to play Affliction Warlock because apparently it was good, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But once I actually got into it, it made me fall in love with Affliction again. Kaiveza, such a fun boss. Yeah, ooh, she was my favorite. She was my absolute favorite. Sikrin was okay. I remember Sikrin being on Mythic was annoying. Rashanan, chop. Chop. I hate bosses where you're like, run there, fight. Run back, fight. Run there, fight. And then like, oh, but there's puddles there, don't go there. And then, oh, the angle's weird. And then, oh no, I hated that boss. And then like, if you don't run immediately and other people get to it faster, you might lose so much uptime with DPS. Oh my god, it was horrible. Didn't like that one at all. Rashanan can go in the bin. But then we have Brew Twister, which I think was the boss where I realized I wish we wouldn't have to use this many weak auras and add-ons to do a boss. That was definitely the first boss, I think, where I had to download like 5 different weak auras on Mythic. Like 5 different weak auras. It was crazy. My PC was like screaming at me. And I was just like, this was the first boss where I was like, what if we didn't use any weak auras? I was like, what if like we didn't use weak auras and add-ons? I'm like, I was like, wow, my brain. No, but this boss was cool design, but I hated the fact that it was mandatory to use all these weak auras. It was all me. It was all me. Also, this patch, it will always have a special heart. Will always have a special place in my heart because I started streaming towards the end of this patch. And I remember streaming even one raid in this Nerobar Palace, and I was like, yeah, I'm never gonna stream a raid again. Because having to read chat and listening to your raid leader while you're progressing a boss and having to actually focus was miserable. No, totally, yeah. Yeah. No, but this boss is such a good argument for the whole removal of the add-on thing and the weak auras, because that was genuinely a bad experience for a boss that actually is really cool. My favorite, Nexus Princess Kaiveza, probably one of the cuntiest voice lines we've had in a while. The fight was also so incredibly fun. And I was playing Warlock, and you would think horrible fight for a Warlock, you have to move so much, but once you like figured out the movement that you technically don't have to move, people usually move way more than they need to because they're panicking, it becomes such a fun boss. And the whole like mechanic with like placing down the portals so they don't suck you in, loved it. Also, Blood DKs and DKs in general were eating good on that boss with the knockbacks and everything. Loved it. 10 out of 10 fight. So fun to progress because it was quick. It was like quick pulls. You get the fight starts really quickly. You get into it really quickly. You understand all the phases and you just do it. It's such a good fight. The Silicon Court, messy. Cool boss, really fun actually, but on pugs, miserable. Because you had to remember, you had to like assign people to pop the thread, and I never wanted to do it, obvi. And it was always so like, if they fail, we're dead, and that's what I didn't like about it. But in general, such a cool mechanic. But I think it's sad when bosses are tough to do in pugs, because I think we think a lot more people than we think are playing just with pugs. They don't have a guild, they don't raid with anybody. If you're in a raid and you're coordinated group, it's a really fun boss to do. And I also played Affliction here, and I remember my damage was really, really good on this boss because you could just constantly keep up full set of dots on at least 2 targets. So Affliction was really, really powerful on this boss. I felt really strong. I main dev in that season, so I had to rescue someone to do the thread. I was so overwhelming. It was so overwhelming. And then at the beginning, I just didn't get what was happening. And then like you could also stand somewhere and like accidentally pick up a thread, and it was a whole thing. I raid exclusively in pugs too. It's a hard life, especially when the boss is like this. But in general, really, really cool boss. And then Queen Ansarek. As cool and as thick as she is, and as great as her butt looks, didn't really enjoy her that much. Didn't really enjoy her at all, actually. Aunt Fanny, yeah, Ansarek, you liked it? I don't know, I didn't really like it. I think it was way too many like breaks in between with the phases and stuff. I didn't like it as a warlock. I always look at it from a perspective as a warlock. Remember that. People always experience raids very differently because they play different classes, and bosses feel completely different depending on what class you play. And Ansarek felt horrible as warlock. The whole like going to platforms, but then they die so quickly, and then like you blah 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 blah. Like it just wasn't my vibe. Her BBL was the only Quenty thing. No, she is iconic for her huge BBL, but and I also feel like she would vibe with the girls. Like Ansarek, absolute ally. Ansarek runs like a cunty gay club, and she has a bunch of other queens with big butts like entertaining everybody and pouring shots. She's like the owner. She checks if like the bar is being worked, and like she checks if everything's okay. She's talking to the door manager and being like, hey, everything good, no stress, right? Like she's a girly. Like she's a vibe. And she's also giving mother energy. Right? Don't you guys feel like she gives up that vibe? So I do like her for the vibe. Her boss fight, chop. Ansarek can call me the F-slur. No, same. I feel like I would give her a pass. I would totally give Ansarek a pass. Like I just know that she's also that girly that would literally be like, you would kind of be scared of her in high school, but then somebody is being homophobic to you, and she comes up and she's like, why are you talking to him like that? Leave him alone. So what if he's gay? I don't think he's gay. He actually has a girlfriend. She would be that vibe. And you would be like, oh, and then you would do anything she asked you to do, and you would be her little pawn. Yeah, harsh but very protective. I feel like she would be harsh but very loyal. You know? She would be a friend. You would be scared to ask her opinion, but you also know that you can trust her. Like she has your back. I've still not been granted the pass. You're a man. Men don't get the pass. Right. All in all, I think this was a great first raid. It's very memorable. It was very much on theme. Nexus Princess Cabeza stands out absolutely from all the other bosses. And the biggest chop is Rashanan. Best, Nexus Princess Cabeza, chop, Rashanan. Everyone else is okay. And Queen Ansarek, vibe. What dungeons did we have in the first season? I remember... Do I remember them? Can anyone quickly remind me of the dungeons we had? Can you check? The War Within. Oh my god, do you remember the Harbinger cinematic where Ansarek done her mom nasty and Zalata was terrified in that? Her smile and presence was scary movie level. It was incredible. Like, you mean the one that they teased before the expansion came out where Zalata comes out of the wall? That was horror. It was amazing. Shift J. Yeah, that one. That was incredible. But those were also always my favorite part of a new expansion when they start bringing out those little cinematics. Oh, I'll eat them up. They're always so good. The only ones that I found were a little boring were the Dragonflight ones because I didn't really care about dragons that much and about the sand guy. Nosdorum Poo or whatever. But the War Within ones, amazing. BFA ones will forever be my favorite. It was Arakara, City of Threats, Dawnbreakers. Oh, yeah, I remember. Arakara, controversial. Very controversial. But in the first... Arakara, especially in the first season, was miserable. Nosdormlu. Well, that's what... Time Daddy. Yeah, Time Daddy. Arakara in the first season was miserable. It's hard in this season too, but technically if you played well, it's actually a really easily timed key and the boss was nerfed. But that last boss on Arakara, I still have memories of wiping on that a million times with pugs. Oh no, also you needed the trinket. I don't know if I'm gonna miss Arakara, if I'm being honest with you guys. And especially in the first season, it was really, really hard. We had City of Freds. City of Freds, I feel like, is a little sad because the dungeon is... Was it hard? I think the trash was harder than the bosses. This last boss was a little spicy, but I think the trash was harder in City of Freds than the bosses. But I think it was a cool dungeon. Like it was not too long. It was cute. It was very much on theme. It was better than Arakara in my opinion, but we never went back to it because we didn't pick it. So almost kind of feel like we didn't really get to build a proper relationship with this dungeon. Do you know how when we used to have the same dungeons every season? Not saying we should bring that back, but you kind of develop a relationship with the dungeons, especially if you're an M+ person. Like BFA dungeons. Oh, not BFA. Well, yeah, BFA dungeons and also Shadowlands dungeons. You remember them so well because we spent so much time in them, right? Because we had them almost every season. I think we even had them every season. And you just remember them so well, and like you know them really well. They almost feel a bit like home. And we don't really get that since Dragonflight anymore. Like Dragonflight dungeons, I remember Ruby thing. I remember hating Halls of Infusion. But they don't really... Oh, and Algafar Academy. But you don't really build up that like almost toxic relationship with them because you don't play them that much. Thank you so much for the follow, Turd Ferguson. Welcome in. I love how they've made the dungeon pool aesthetic match the theme of the season. No, it's great. I love that we're getting it to switch up, but at the same time, it's kind of like the flying thing. It's great we can fly, but you kind of lose that like relationship that you build up with the zone, that exploration part. You don't really have that much anymore. And with dungeons too, like, anyone remember City of Freds that much? Not a bad dungeon, but we've only played it for one season. So you kind of lose it. Yeah, but great dungeon. Which one was the next one? City of Freds, Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker I love. I know people hate Dawnbreaker. I love Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker has the coolest story and feels almost like D&D-esque. I love Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker is high fantasy vibes. Yes, the bugs are annoying. Absolutely. Are the bosses a little annoying too? Yes, they are. I love Dawnbreaker. I think it's one of the coolest fantasies of all the other dungeons. And just for that, it's always going to be a fave. And also a dungeon we'll probably all remember the most after this expansion. Arakara can be left in the past. I kind of agree, yeah. I would disenchant Sackboot just to piss people off. Of course you would. Such a straight man thing to do. She had potential. Bosses were okay. I love how they've made Keybreaker. Yeah, I remember watching my friend playing WoW in Shadowlands, and they did a dungeon when they add a puzzle game that needed you to go inside a door with the sign that matched an other sign. What was that? I don't remember that. Thank you so much, Van Gogh, for the follow. Hey, what is that dungeon? Are you sure that's from Shadowlands? I thought it looked cool. Mists, of course. But didn't we also have mists in the first season of The War Within? Can somebody look up which dungeons we had season 1? Mists was season 1. Yes, I love mists. The maze, sure. The maze is like a 50-50 if you'll hate it or like it. But I loved it because I already felt nostalgic for Shadowlands dungeons because he spent so much time in them. And so I was excited for Shadowlands dungeons to come back, and I loved having mists back. It definitely was harder than in Shadowlands. They made it harder. Mists, necrotic. Oh yeah, okay. Necrotic Wake, love. I love all of them. I love all of Shadowlands dungeons. Necrotic Wake was amazing. Siege of Borealis was such a fresh vibe. Even though it's an old dungeon, I think it was one of the dungeons I was most excited about coming back, because it's another dungeon that has so much history in it, and it's so BFA. Even though it was a dungeon that was, I think, kind of hated in BFA because it was a little rough. They've made changes to it, and Siege of Borealis feels so unique in itself. I loved it. I had such a good time. I still remember streaming it, and I remember some clips we had in there. I love it. I think I loved the first season. I played a lot. Grim Butthole, also gonna have a special place in my heart just because it was one of the first clips I ever posted. Calling it Grim Butthole. And I think even one of the voice channels in my Discord is called Grim Butthole. It's always gonna be memorable. Did I like the dungeon? No, I don't think so. The dungeon was one of the hardest at the beginning because the last boss would just shred you because people didn't understand that you were supposed to hold off on killing the ads to not get a debuff. And so it took so long for people to understand that, even though when you told them, they would just they see ads I can pad. They pad the fuck out of them. They die. We all get a debuff. AoE comes in. We all wipe. Even though you're about to 10 keys. So it was a tough dungeon, and also that dragon that would knock you back, and then it was rough. But love that they brought back an old dungeon like that, and I'm excited for them to bring back more old dungeons. It felt like it felt nostalgic because it felt like you're playing old school WoW, even though you're playing retail. They definitely have to update them though, and make them compatible with current day WoW. But in general, I think the first season of The War Within, I love Necrotic Wake. Did I not mention it? I'm obsessed with Necrotic Wake. It felt different because you didn't have the weapons and stuff, but I also feel like the weapons were almost a little too powerful back when they were a thing. But in general, I think Necrotic Wake is amazing. The phylactery part, not so much because it's so time gated. You have to always wait for the next ads to spawn. But it just feels nostalgic. It was the first ever season that I started playing M+, back in the day when Necrotic Wake was a thing. And I remember timing my first ever, I think it was a 15 back then that you needed for Keystone Master. Back then, Keystone Master wasn't score. You needed to time 15s on the dot. And you needed to do it on Tyrannical and on... Tyrannical and what was the other one? Fortified. Fortified and Tyrannical in order to get Keystone Master. So you needed all 8 dungeons timed in a 15 plus on both difficulties. And I thought it was great. I loved it. Maybe more of a trauma bond because it was tough. But I love Necrotic Wake. And I think the first season in general of Dragonflight was amazing. I'm excited for the Seed of the Triumvirate. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I don't even know what dungeon that is. I don't think I've ever been in there. I think my favorite dungeon in those 2 seasons that I played would be Ecodome and Cinderbrew. Right. Let's go to the next zone, shall we? So first season, I think we're done with it. Loved it. I loved how the leveling campaign concluded with the whole thing of like us breaking the Dark Heart a little bit and Zolotav being a little weak again. We're getting Khadgar back, everything cute. But what we forgot about season 1 is Siren Isles. I don't really have much to say about Siren Isles. I wasn't a big fan of Siren Isles, not gonna lie to you guys. It was orange. It was very like deserty and dusty. The whole ring thing was like okay. Didn't enjoy it that much, not gonna lie. Extremely forgettable. It feels forgettable for me personally, absolutely. And then everyone needed the ring though, and then the ring started to also, wasn't the ring also like powerful in the next patch? So it was like, didn't really enjoy that part that much. I was like, okay, I'm ready for season 2. But I know it was supposed to like foreshadow the goblins or whatever. It was cute. It is what it is. Wasn't really a massive fan. I don't really have much to say about it. Screw borrowed power. I think a little borrowed power can be fun. Like I, for example, don't mind legendaries. I went to the Siren Isle one time. I don't mind legendaries. I think they're kind of fun and they feel like old school MMO vibes. But it didn't feel special. You put your thingies in, your little stones. You put it on, and that's it. Like you just it's set and forget. And I think that's boring. I like when we play around our borrowed power. And what I love about it is that it shows up on your ring, on your character. Actually, when you wear the ring, it shows up on your finger. I think that's really cool. Okay. Then I think now we've finally covered the whole season 1. Season 2. The Undermine. Hi, Serville. I don't understand the belt that they made at the end of the last season just for her to be useless 1 month later. She wasn't useless 1 month later. They had to nerf it so we don't wear her anymore. She wasn't useless. Remember they had to nerf it like very like recently. So then people started replacing. I think I'm still wearing it. Yeah. Well, this character's undergeared. Same. I would rather have it be powerful for that specific patch, and the second the new patch comes out, chop. I agree with you. I don't want to carry old eye level with me just because it's still somewhat powerful. Yeah, I'm gonna forgo the nerf the belt. Yeah. Why am I here? Oops. Okay, let's go back. I guess I have to go to Dalaran. What did I play in Undermine? I played my Warlock. I only swapped to Mage in the last patch. Undermine time. Yes. I remember when Undermine was announced, I was so hyped. I thought it was so cool. The whole idea of like that the city, like we always knew that city existed, but obviously never went there. So I'm glad that they finally decided to add it. And I think the vibe of the goblins and everything was captured perfectly. And I remember them announcing the raid bosses, and the DJ boss was announced, and I was like, oh my god, it's Charlie XCX, Brat, that's perfect. They know exactly what they're doing. Was it very Brat? Don't think so. But the idea was there. Love it. And I remember being very, very excited. Now I have to think about which dungeons do we have there. But anyway, let's first do the zone. Let's do it zone first, story second, and then we're going to go through the raid and the dungeons. But now I first have to find my way to Dornogal. That's Oribos. Yeah, a month ago. Yeah. I remember also I couldn't play Undermine at the very beginning it came out because I had the first time issues with my PC, and I remember being crushed by that. I remember like my stream started to finally take off, and we had like a small community, and everybody was looking forward to the first ever patch, and it was my first ever patch release that I was streaming, and then my PC died, and I didn't like stream for a month because it took forever to fix. So Undermine started for me on a really bad note, but it's obviously not the patch's fault, it's just IRL issues. So we had a rough start. Hey, I finally caught the stream. What are you doing? Hi, Caldaro. We are reviewing The War Within from start to finish, just to like remember everything that happened, and sort of like look through all of it in like a bigger sort of perspective, and then just like figure out if we liked it or not. They nerfed the belt when 11.25 came out. Yeah, so it was powerful for a pretty long time. I just think that the belt and the whole like delve, well, we'll get to that. We'll get there. For me, Undermine did come from nowhere and didn't fit the story that we had. I kind of agree. I don't really understand the connection from where all of a sudden the goblins came from. They were definitely teased. We just didn't really pay attention. I think they were definitely teased from the very start. Like they were doing some shady business in the second zone. Got the name. Stone. Yeah. They were doing some shady things, and we like knew something was going on, but nobody knew that it was gonna go this big. Alex, people that are probably into the lore maybe knew, but it definitely felt random. I do think that if you look into the lore, it does make sense, but I absolutely agree. As somebody that just goes into WoW, not really knowing everything, all the ins and outs of the lore, it could feel a little disconnected. I honestly love the fact that it came out of nowhere, low-key but high-key. I hate the story of The War Within, so the wow, okay. So the goblins were a welcome addition, anything just to get away from the same stuff. But the thing is, even Undermine, I mean, I like the story. I can't say that. I can't agree with that part. I love the story. I think it was great. People always come with that argument saying like that the story didn't feel like it had a big ending or anything, but it's not a normal expansion like we're used to. It's an expansion that's part of a trilogy, so it's a lot of build up. And I think for that, when you look at it from that perspective, I think it was great. But yeah, I remember like literally loading up in this place here and coming in here and being like, and I went, wow, this looks crazy. Like this view, I don't think we've ever seen anything like this in World of Warcraft. It's definitely so unique. It feels like you're entering like old school New York City in a vibe. I don't know. It just gives me that vibe. It definitely has that like New York, you know, vibe. And I thought that was so unique for World of Warcraft. Even though I'm usually someone that's like, I love the classic old school D&D fantasy, I still loved it for what it is, and I think it totally has a place in World of Warcraft. And yes, absolutely, the music is incredible. It feels like you're in an old movie, like an old mafia vibe movie. It just feels great. You just want to put on a cigar and be like, "Hey, Sugar Toots, what are you doing there?" Or you just want to chain smoke. It just gives me that vibe. I never in my life wanted to smoke a cigar, but Undermine made me go, well, maybe I should smoke a cigar. I think the zone is so incredibly unique, and that's what I always appreciate when they do something new. I appreciate when they do something that is a little daring, a little out of their comfort zone. Like, for example, Emerald Dream Dragonfly. We were so excited about that, and then it didn't feel like we entered this epic Emerald Dream everybody always talked about. Whereas Undermine definitely surprised me. I was like, oh, it's just gonna be the Goblin City, but this feels so unique and epic. I think it was great. The zone design is beautiful. Thank you so much, Amy Aim, for the 2-month Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you. I think Undermine's great. I love it. I think it's unique. I think it looks special. We've never seen anything like this before. And the whole, like, I feel like, again, we don't really explore zones that much anymore. We go in there, we do our dailies, and we fuck off. But like when you walk through this, you realize how much detail is in the zone, and it actually feels like a city. And they've definitely captured that vibe. I remember being very excited about the cars, and that ended up being completely, like, irrelevant for me. I didn't really enjoy the cars. I would almost prefer going around on my normal amount. I didn't enjoy them. People remember people being like, oh my god, it's gonna be game breaking for the game, you know, blah blah blah, it's gonna be huge and they're gonna continue it, build upon it. I'm glad they didn't. Don't like the car thing. It just felt so wonky. Maybe I never figured it out properly, maybe I never gave it enough of a chance, but I didn't really like it. But at the same time, I love that they're exploring. I like that they're trying new things, adding new things, keeping it fresh. I think it's great. Sometimes things will not be as good as they maybe intended, but it's good that they're trying things, you know. It felt really fresh from everything we've seen so far, and like, look at the fairy lights here. It's so cool. I think it's amazing. It's so crazy how people's opinions are so different. I love the side of quests in Undermine. They were so much fun. The side quests were amazing. Why was Sala blocked? Did she say? Yeah, she probably said the word. Appreciate it, just not for me. I don't like the goblin aesthetic. That's fair. I mean, that's the great thing about WoW. It serves everybody in a way. Some people love. I'm also not particularly a goblin person. I like my elves, but I appreciate it for what it is. And one day we might be getting a Tauren patch, and a lot of people are going to be like, well, Tauren are not my thing, but it's still, they still have a valid reason to be in the game. Because there's like Tauren lovers out there that love Tauren. The problem I have with my story is, oh no, Devil Void Lady's offering me power. What could go wrong? Oh no, everything went wrong. And when Daphra for I don't agree. I don't think it was 45 different zones of exactly that. I don't know. I just Zolotov and the proposals she makes sense. What? Don't remind me of his name. Gazlowi, Gazlobooby. But I understand what you mean, Vivian. Gallywix, Gallywix, yeah. He was always evil, so for him to accept and for her to go to him makes sense because she knew his like history and everything. Like, can't she like peer into people's minds and figure out their fears and their intentions? And she knew that he was evil and she could be persuaded when it comes to power. And he was already kind of evil. Always. And I always wondered, why are we just ignoring how evil he is? And greedy and horrible. He's giving me like Jeff Bezos vibe. Anyway, so it made sense for me that they accepted her offer. And I love a good revolution story. I love the whole story of like the goblin, different like clans, like being actually against each other, but then they find a way to each other, and then they start this whole revolution thing. And I understand that might not be everyone's cup of tea, but I think the idea was great and I loved it. And then everybody going on the streets and there's a big protest. I loved it. And then them like fucking destroying the statue and pulling it off, and everyone's like, yay! I thought that was amazing. I don't know, I loved it. I felt like it had a high point in the story. It was great. The design of the city and everything is unique. I don't think it's a bad patch. I know a lot of people are like, eh, but I think it's cool. And the whole idea of the raid being a hotel, that was also really unique. It brought the renown for the raid, which is completely new. That was really cool. It also brought the raid buff. I think that was actually also added in the first season, where you would like continuously earn a buff that would get stronger and stronger. I thought that was great. I hated Gali since the very beginning of Goblins were introduced. I thought that he would have been outed way sooner, but they did his story right. I just felt way delayed. I mean, they had to do it at some point. Like, if they did it later, people would say it was even more delayed. But I as off as it might feel like that it just happened, I think it was a good switch up. We needed a bit of a switch up, you know. I don't think it's that bad. Thank you for the follow, Maswell Restaurant. He's in the Ashara? Yeah. He should have been gone shortly after Kata. Yeah, I mean, I see that. I never really played Kata. Yay, Stellar Venus. Yeah, I love her. Okay, where were we? Yeah. The raid. So yeah, the story I loved. I think it was great. I think that the Goblin characters were really funny and cute and kind of like charming. And I think WoW in general does that really well. I've talked about this earlier when I talked about the Nerubians, how they're kind of goofy. And I mean, like, in general, Tuskar, Goblins, all, like, in general, more of the smaller races, the way they make them so goofy and funny and weird. Or like, necrotic, like the Necrolords, remember? So weird and like kind of gross, but you kind of love them. They're kind of charming. The kobolds, they do that so well, and I think with goblins it's the same thing. And my absolute favorite person from this patch is the diva that gives you the like missions on call. You like on call duty and you like do missions for her. Hey, Sugar Toots, love her. I want to be her when I grow up. I want to be a chain smoking grandma that's kind of like giving like young hot men missions that they have to do for me, and then I pay them like the bare minimum. Love her. She was incredible. The voice acting and the music and the whole vibe, 10 out of 10. Loved it. And also like just look at the like hotel and the way it like stands out. It almost looks like Las Vegas a little bit. Love it. The raid, I personally didn't fall in love with. I quit raiding during that tier. I love the idea of the theme of Gorilla and T-Rex. That was amazing. But I quit this raid tier, and I've never before quit a raid tier ever since I started. But for some reason, I felt a bit burnt out. I think I first of all started a little too late, so I had to catch up, and I was stressed out. I was still pretty new to content and streaming, so I was trying to like make the most out of everything, and I just kind of burnt out on it. That might have not been the raid's fault, but yeah, I quit raiding during that raid, so I didn't get curve until like the very end of the patch. I did it with friends, and I finally got my curve because I've never missed out on a curve, and I was like, I need to get it even though I quit. So I don't really have a big opinion on the raid because it would be unfair to judge it if I have not properly played it. But let's open up the boss sheet and then we'll look at it. Vexy, memorable because everyone gets shredded at the beginning, and it happens every single time, and every single time it makes me laugh. I fell asleep. I'm glad you're still streaming. I'm glad you're here, babes. Good morning. I just absolutely adore how much fun Blizz seemed to have with Undermine. They had so much fun with it, and you can tell. Like, it shows that they were just probably giggling as they came up with this. Absolutely. And that translated so well, and I loved it. Millie Bobby Brown, raid boss. Oh yeah, oh my god, because she runs people over. Absolutely, agree. Hi, Rukori. I'm doing really well, thank you. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, Farishi. I hope I pronounced your name right, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the Prime, I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. The skybox is hilarious and Undermine. Oh, isn't it like just like metal? Yeah. I don't really like I say, I don't really like under like, I'm losing my words. I've been speaking so much all day. Underground zones, but here it didn't really feel that. It didn't give me that vibe like I'm underground, so I appreciate that. They have stars, clouds, and sun. I never realized that. What? See, I've never noticed. There's so much detail in this zone that like just like flies by you. You're right. There's little clouds everywhere, and a sun. I've never noticed that. See, that's crazy. What? Yeah, that's cool. I love it. See, it makes me fall in love with it even more now. these small little things that so many people don't pay attention to are like what makes or breaks the zone sometimes for me. Yes, obviously the raid and the dungeons and everything matter, and the mechanic and the player power, but I don't know, I like to look at it from a bigger perspective, and I think they nailed that 100%. You didn't feel underground because we don't have flying, so you don't. True, absolutely. Good point. Right. Let's go through the raid, and then we'll explore the zone a little bit more. Yeah, Vexy was, I think, a boring fight, but memorable just because of that beginning part of her shredding everybody, and they just look like chunks of meats. Love that. Love shredding people. Yeah, thanks for putting that out. That's actually amazing. This fight, really cool theme with the like gorilla versus T-Rex vibe. Really cool theme. Bit of an annoying fight for a caster because of all the running, but loved it. Rick Reverb, for me, was like the boss that I was probably most excited about, just because I was like I was in my deep Charlie XCX brat era still, and that didn't fulfill that brat vibe that I wanted it to give me. But I also know that that's very personal, and there's nothing wrong with this boss. I just personally was a little bit like, you tried to give Charlie, but you failed. Hi, Teddy. Oh, sorry, my 2-year-old gnome warrior is avoid leaping through the flat. Need to play with him before bedtime. We'll be back later if you're hopefully... That's so cute. Have the best time. Also, don't worry about it. I'll be here for a while. We have a lot to work through. Thank you so much, Viking Lunatic, for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, Styx Bunk Junker. Oh, wait, I love this fight. I love this one. Wasn't this the one with the roly-polies? I loved it. I loved it. It was so, I know it was chaotic. I know it was a little crazy. I know people complained about it. And I know it was like hard to parse on it, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But when you look at it as just from a gameplay perspective, it kind of felt like a little mini game in between the fight with your friends. And it was so funny. Like, I remember like laughing with my guild so much. Like I was doing the mechanic, and then they needed one bomb, and I did a full 360, and they were all like, "Oh my god, your 360 was crazy!" And then like last second, I ran into it just felt so fun and like chaotic. I loved it. I don't know. And you could like run over people, and like it was so hilarious. A good boss to be like trolling people. I think it was great. Unique boss design. Loved it. No, not many notes. I have really like cool memories about it. This is this one. Cool design, very unique, but it tried to do what Painsmith kind of did. Remember Painsmith? I loved Painsmith, and it just didn't feel like Painsmith. It's not like Painsmith, but it's like similar idea of like the whole like he controls your arena and you have to play in his arena. I don't know. Not really, wasn't really vibing with it. It felt so clunky as a caster, but this is just me as a caster. Didn't really like this one so much. This fight kind of teases the idea of tech gadget class. Oh, I'm not particularly excited about a potential tinker. I don't know. I just like magic and fantasy. I'm not really huge into the idea of like an engineer, but happy for the girlies that love it. I think it would make sense in the WoW universe because we literally already have it. But I personally am like, no, give me like a bard or like another caster, please. Thank you. Full range caster. I love to drive over the parses. Girlies, same. Ah! I loved it. You were able to be such a little like chaos goblin. Amazing. Let the STEM girlies have it. No, absolutely. You have it. This boss, hated it. I until this day, I get so confused with this boss. It just the whole coin mechanic felt so like annoying to deal with. Did not like this boss at all. This is the chop one for me. Absolute chop. All the other bosses are okay. This one's a chop. Muggsy was interesting. Also love the design of him having this like almost like fancy attire, but then also kind of like big baddie and like the whole like double-sidedness thing. Turn off the plug on that machine. Oh, you mean this one? Yeah. I loved it. I think it was cool. Didn't really spend that much time with him. I think I killed him twice, or maybe 3 times. I don't know. Not that often. It was okay. It was a simple fight, straightforward. Like I only did heroic. I never did mythic in this raid. I quit before we even started. I wish Maxi was a bit more asymmetrical. Would have been more interesting design. Yeah, you're right. I kind of see what you mean. But in general, I think he was funny and the voice lines were good. And also his glasses are so Charlie coded. Gallywix. I think Gallywix was just so simple. It was an easy boss. We all know it was an easy boss. Like what? They had so little attempts. I love watching the raid to world first. Especially when they get towards the ending and they're at the last boss and they have like a million pulls. And this one died so fast, so that was really lackluster. And also in heroic, it was a little too simple. And I'm happy that we crushed him at the end and he died. But that's all I have to say about him. Oh my god, remember you never tanked him before? We put a heroic puck together and we one-tapped it with you tanking? Yeah. And that tells you everything. We tanking for the first time and doing this, and we just killed it. And there was a lot of, I remember there were quite a lot of tank mechanics. Anyway, Big G, as you like to call it, I think he was kind of meh. Even though really cool boss design with his like whole like cigar thing, amazing, genius, big tank fight, yeah. So I would say the Chop is absolutely one-armed bandit, Chop. And my favorite was Stick Spunk Junker. Stick Spunk Junker was the most memorable fight, in my opinion. We ate in that raid, we really did. Did we do it on stream? I don't remember. Yeah, this one, absolute favorite. Stick Bunker Junker, yeah. Big G fell short, I agree. And Chop is one-armed bandit. Anyway, all in all, cool raid. It's a shame that I quit. Maybe I would have had more to share with you guys if I actually played the raid a lot more. Like I said, I got curved at like almost at the very end in that pug group with friends, and yeah. But in general, the zone I think is great. Like this little random, like these guys dressed here is like what are they? Elvis Presley? I don't fucking know. This like vacation beach that also looks like a junkyard. I think it's incredible. Look at all the colors and the little details. It's so cool. And then that little golfing area, so weird, but so funny. This crazy ass grind that I did for days trying to get the black coat. Trauma bonding for sure, but will always stay in my memories. That was a wild grind, bitch. I've been talking so much for so long now. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours, and I've just been talking non-stop, that more than usual, that my brain is like muffling all the words. Hydrate, yes, good point. But yeah, I think that in general...
Diva, you looking crusty. Take a sip, bitch.
Thank you for the hydrate. It was the first ever season where I went to 3K score. Even though I didn't play that much, because obviously I had to take a break because of my PC. But it will always be memorable because it was the first full patch that I streamed and made a lot of friends during this time. I think patches in World of Warcraft will always be linked to my IRL stuff that was happening. So they will always kind of depend. It depends on like what's going on IRL for me, where I kind of build my relationship to them. And Undermine was pretty much overall a positive experience. So I liked it. I liked it for what it was. Did they add like another extra patch at the end, like the Siren Isles, or no? They didn't, right? I don't think there was anything big. It was Turbo Boost. I remember Turbo Boost happened for the first time. That was cool. But yeah, I think we've went. Oh no, we have to go through the M plus season. Okay, I remember first thing that comes into my head. Motherload. Wasn't the whole Arafi Halofall thing in Undermine? What do you mean? Oh, you mean the thing that like random event that gave us like a new renown track? Yeah, the Flames Radiance. Yes, that came at the end of season 2. You're right. This one, Flames Radiance. Yeah, that Flames Radiance thing again felt a little meh. Didn't really do that much for me. Never even continued. Did it a little bit, and still need to finish it because obviously I need to do it because of the big meta achievement. But I wasn't necessarily feeling that a lot. It definitely felt like a filler, and it didn't carry that much weight. Yeah, it was super broken. You're right. This was my first expansion of WoW, and I loved it so much. Oh, I love that. Aaron? Is your name Aaron? Yeah, I love that, Aaron. That's so cute. I love when new WoW players come into my chat and are positive about the game. It's amazing. It was such a flop. The Flames Radiance honestly just took away the focus from Undermine, which I did not... Yeah, it just felt random. And the story wasn't big at all. It was just kind of like, okay, sure. I would have loved more content. I agree. I would have liked like another extra little thing in Undermine. Why not? We're probably never gonna go back to anything like this, or maybe like not for definitely for sure not for a long time. Right. Okay. Motherload, I remember very, very well because there was that one random bug. I wish I did this on stream so you guys could all see it, but there was one random bug that would continuously push me, like push my character all the time. Like no matter what I did, it wouldn't stop pushing me. It pushed me all the way until the end of the dungeon when I was playing my Disc Priest. I think it had a random bug with Ultimate Penitence, and if you do it during a specific mechanic, it will just endlessly knock you back and you can do nothing about it. And I still remember completing the dungeon while constantly running forward so I don't get knocked back, and people had to like pull me. It was crazy. But yeah, that Motherload I remember was fun, even though it was a little chaotic, but it was a fun dungeon to do. I like that they brought it back. I like when they bring back BFA dungeons and Shadowlands dungeons. Theater of Pain was not as painful as I expected it to be. I think it almost felt a little easier than it used to. Yeah, I don't know. I remember Theater of Pain being way more chaotic, and it wasn't that bad. I actually quite enjoyed it. And I also just have a trauma bond with Theater of Pain because I used to farm the ruby from there, like endlessly. So I have a weird trauma bond with it. Halofall was the robbed queen of the season. Why? Halofall was amazing. Yeah, I was dreading TOP and it really wasn't that bad. What else did we have? We had that, we had, can you guys remind me, what else did we have? The hook boss was iconic. Yeah, and I loved it. I know, I think Theater and Motherload both were great dungeons to be added back, and they were so unique. Cinderbrew Meadery. Ooh, Cinderbrew was tough. Especially the second boss in Cinderbrew Meadery. That big ass elemental. I hate her. She can leave. I don't want to see her ever again. This one. IPA. Girl, there's the door, bitch. Didn't like that one at all. This first boss too, Brewmaster Algier, I just remember having that obnoxious weak aura that would burp whenever you finished the beer, and I hated it. Trauma. Bank Busby was okay, but Goldie Baron Bottom, crazy name by the way, was amazing. She was really cool. She really felt like that classic greedy goblin. I had fun with her, but in general, I think the dungeon felt hard and was quite annoying, to be fair. I think it was an annoying dungeon to do, but the fantasy and the voice acting and the whole vibe of the dungeon was great. People are comparing it to Waycrest Manor, and I don't think it's comparable to Waycrest Manor whatsoever. The only thing that it shares is that it's like in a small space and the camera angles get weird. But other than that, I think Waycrest Manor is a million times better than this dungeon. But I didn't personally enjoy it. It always felt so daunting going into one side, knowing, oh my god, I'm gonna have to do this entire other side again too. Oh, the first pull. Yeah, actually the first pull was amazing. You're right. The first pull was really, really fun. Obviously chaotic, sometimes very dangerous, but it was a fun pull. I kind of liked In the Brew. I just didn't feel like... it just didn't like how short on time it felt towards the end. Yes, definitely. Definitely the time felt a little tight. To me, it just felt a little too long. I don't know. A lot of trash, a lot of trash groups that you pulled. It was a bit tough. What other dungeon did we have? Aspen put it. Dark Flame Cleft. Oh, I love Dark Flame Musi. Dark Flame Musi was cute. I like Dark Flame. Easy, straightforward dungeon, kind of a fave. The mobs at the beginning were dangerous, and the mobs at the end were a little dangerous with the stacks. Court of Candlecock. Yeah, but it was it was a good dungeon in general. I think it was fun. I liked it. The last boss was a little annoying with the whole candle mechanic, because so many people would just ignore that mechanic because they want to have more DPS uptime. Other than that, I think it was great. It was very chill. Nothing too crazy, agreed. Then we had... Love the last boss's voice actor. Yeah, she did. I love her. She was amazing. Floodgate. Yes, Floodgate. Okay. Floodgate. When it first came out, I hated it. I was like, why are we doing another mechanical vibe, like, dungeon? I'm so, like, not here for it. And it was pretty hard when it came out, and then it was nerfed a bunch of times, and then it actually turned out to be one of my faves. But I think Season 2 Floodgate was not really my vibe at all. I didn't really like it. Season 3 Floodgate, for some reason, turned out to be a fave. Yeah, I agree with you, Aspen. I exactly have the exact same experience. Didn't really enjoy Floodgate. Not gonna lie, Season 2. Which one else did we have? We had Mechagon Workshop. Love Mechagon Workshop. Incredible dungeon. So fun. Even though they made it harder, I love going there. I would love to go back there again. I think it's a great dungeon. Cool design. Unique bosses. Love Workshop. And a quick key too. Priory. This is the second time, by the way, that they brought back Workshop. We already had Workshop for a Fated season, and I loved it. Priory of the Sacred Flame, the Motherlode, we already talked about her, the Rookery, and Theater of Pain. Okay, so we have Motherlode, no, sorry. We have Priory of the Sacred Flame and the Rookery. Priory, obviously, was also incredibly hard at the beginning, and then they had to nerf it a bunch of times. It still stayed hard, but I loved it. I think it's a great dungeon. I love dungeons that stay hard. I think it's a great dungeon. It's amazing. It's an amazing fantasy. There's a lot of cool things you can do there as a mage. I loved it. And the mechanics are memorable. Like the last boss with the whole blind thing and like you like pissing everywhere. I loved it. I think it was great. Thank you so much for the follow, Elena, and appreciate it. Hi, Scoots. No, I think it's great. I love it. I love it. This dungeon was definitely hard, and some people hated it. I think it was great. There was a lot of things you could play around with your route. Towards the end, not so much, but at the beginning, there was a lot of things you could do. There's potential for big pulls. There's potential for really fun pulls. It's still challenging enough. And this boss specifically is pretty hard, I think, mechanically. But once you figure it out, it's fine. I don't know. I like that. Visura is the #1 Priory hater. That's okay. Hey, listen, I always liked it as well. See, I like it. Hi there. I'm not in the mechanical aesthetic either. Yeah, I get it. I just like the typical fantasy. What's her name? Yeah. Okay, cool. So Priory, personal fave. I have great memories in that dungeon. And the Rookery... I just don't really have a lot of feelings about the Rookery. It's a cool dungeon, but is it particularly memorable? No. I think some of the voice acting is a bit wacky in it. The bird boss is the bird boss is just boring. The second boss, okay, you have that like dot you have to spread. That's cool, I guess. And then the last boss, I hate it. The last boss just felt so clunky with everyone being spread and you have to heal and like the drop and like done. So I didn't like it. It's hard, but it wasn't necessarily fun hard, you know? Hope you and Cha are having a lovely morning. Absolutely, thank you. Hope you're having a lovely morning too. Rookery was a bit basic. It was a good dungeon to do, easy to get through. Yeah, but I agree. But is easy to get through a reason to like the dungeon? I don't think so. Sometimes it is, like Workshop, but Workshop is still fun to play. This one didn't particularly feel a lot of fun. It was like, oh, we have a Rookery key. Okay, let's get through it. The first pull again was fun, but I would love to be sure, babe. I am manifesting it for you. Last boss was just awkward. Yeah, it was exactly awkward. That's a great way to describe it. It's an awkward boss. But all in all, I think Season 2 was great. Looking at all the dungeons and everything we did. Thank you for the follow, Aaron. Appreciate it. Where are you from? I'm from Austria, Vienna. I'm based in Europe. Yeah. No, it was a great season, I think. The obviously, as much I didn't pay the raid that much, I didn't pay in plus that much, but it was still a memorable season for me. If I was a boss, I'd also be an awkward boss. Fair, babe. Yeah, cute dungeon, cute season, cute everything. Love it. Is there anything we forgot to talk about? Rookery felt corporate. Love that. That's a great way to describe it. The one where we fly off the ship was a hard mechanic for me, lol. Oh, you mean Season 1, Dawnbreaker? Yeah. I personally love Dawnbreaker. Proud Rookery hater from the start. Like, yeah, it was hard, but it was just like a nothing burger. Proud Rookery hater from the start. It was a nothing burger. I love gay people reviewing things. Which character from Season 2 Dungeons was the gay icon though? That is the question. Which character from Season 2 Undermine is the gay icon? Maybe Prey? No, I don't think she was the gay icon. What about Big Mama? Big Mama is kind of a competitor for the spot. The final meatery boss, maybe Priory final boss. I would say the competitors for gay icon of Season 2 is Big Mama, Priory Prioress Prey. Just because it sounds like purr. And then the Rookery Chop. Guys, we forgot to talk about Stonewall Season 1. Anyway. Anyway. That's all I have to say about Stonewall. No one died in Stonewall. I'm so done with you guys. No one died at Stonewall. A lot of people fucking died at Stonewall, unfortunately. That oh, screaming. So good. Yeah, Stonewall was flop. Popiana boots. But Edna, gay icon. Edna, absolutely gay icon. Period. Okay, so who's the season 2 gay icon? Come on. We have to figure this out together. Yeah, I would honestly say it's Big Mama. I would say it's Big Mama. Big Mama is the gay icon of season 2. Edna was the gay icon of season 1. Cinderbrew final boss with her yes man. True, she's also there. Yeah, but I like how Big Mama goes, Big Mama. Like she keeps saying that she's mother, and I think calling yourself mother is just fierce. She is the BEO. True, you're right. I love a good CEO. Okay, should we do a poll? Let's do a poll. The ultimate RuPaul boss. Okay, let's do a poll, and we'll figure out who is the gay icon of season 2. Or the mother. Who's mother of season 2? Big Mama or BEO herself. There we go. Vote away. I'm gonna quickly go piss, girl, while you guys vote, and I'll be right back. I'm back. Who won? The BEO herself. Period. Congrats, Diva. Congrats on being the gay icon / mother of season 2. UA. Big Mama, memorable place too. Just gonna say. Just who's the third? We need a top 3, right? We need a top 3. Clock it. The BEO is a bottom 2. She is one of us. Slay. Hi, Hannah. No one died in Stonewall. That might be one of my favorite lines of the stream today. I'm dying. Okay. Guys, we need a top 3. We forgot to find the third one. We gotta have a third. Okay. Floodgate, nah. We already have one there. The Rookery, Chop, Priory. I guess Prioress could be a good third. What about the Darkness? Or Blazicon? Because she sounds like Icon. And she kind of has a cunty waist. She kind of has a cunty waist, don't you guys think? Look at her. Wait, no. Hello? Look at her. Okay, snatched waist diva. Okay, a wig on fire. Purr. And she also looks like somebody finished on her. She's had several... Wait, I think we found our thirds. Isn't she kind of fierce? I feel like I've never properly looked at her. Excuse me? Y'all hurt me. Does she got the... No, she's pretty flat, but that's okay. I think she's the isn't she? She looks like she's wearing the she's the undead model. Bukaki Blazikon. She's hot mama. Guys, I found my third. I'm just gonna decide this now. Miss Blazikon Bukaki / Skinny Queen Snatch Diva is our third in gay icon / mother of season 2. Love her. I love you guys. But what about the darkness with her veneers? She's a memorable fave, but unfortunately she did not have what it takes to get top 3. Fortunately, but she tried though. She's always gonna be remembered. She's gonna be one of those queens of the season that's always gonna be popular. People will remember her. Unfortunately, she never made it to top 3, but there's always All-Stars, you know? She can always come back in another season, and maybe she will be revived as the icon of that season, you know? All-Stars always exist, and she'll definitely get a callback, let's be real. I went AFK for a couple seconds, I came back to Bukaki. What did we're choosing the gay icon / mother of season 2 of all dungeon bosses. Next season she will get a new name, Heidi in Darkness. I'm dead. Okay, are we done with season 2? I'll show you. This queen. She's been through it, and her wig is on fire. Okay, slay. Season 3, let's go. Oh, right, before we finish season 2, I did forget something, and I think a lot of us forgot about it. But remember overcharged delves? Yeah, exactly, me neither. Right, that was a thing. Overcharged delves, anyone remember? Overcharged delves were a one-time experience for me. I did it quickly to get the achievement and to get the mount. Just spammed them out in like one sitting and that's it. Got my belt. That's pretty much it. So I don't think there's much else to say about it. I think they added that way too late, and I wish the system would have been fleshed out a little more. It could have actually been really fun to bring some more life into delves. But yeah. Also, yeah, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that in our finishing words. Finishing like sum up of the expansion. Why did I want to log out? Okay. Season 3. They served their purpose though. It was always only going to be just something fun and temporary. That's fair. If you look at it from that perspective, that's totally fair. I joined Disc. I don't have a ton of free time for playing right now, but I'll be playing more WoW in December, January, so I hope I can play with y'all. Of course, Aaron, you're always welcome. Right, let me think about how do we start season 3. Season 3, Season 3. I'm trying to think of my first experience with season 3, but I remember it's so convoluted. So many things happen all the time. When did season 3 start? Not gonna lie, delves are what finally got me hooked back into WoW. I love that. I was gonna talk about delves, but I was like, maybe I'll talk about it later. But let's talk about them now while I try to figure out how season 3 started. Delves, I think, is one of the most unique things that was added in the War Within. If not the most unique thing next to warbands. Thank you, Blackchain Ogle, for the follow. And I think they're such a welcome change to WoW. They always experiment with new things and new modes and stuff, and sometimes they fail. But I think Delves are actually a system that I'm super excited for it to stay. I think Delves are going to be built upon, and I'm excited that they're going to be more outdoorsy next in Midnight. I like it. Did I do them as much as other people? No, I did them when they were really relevant for like for gear progression, and I did always like the end boss. You know, like season 1, it was that random like monster. Season 2, it was what was season 2? Oh, that Undermine Arena boss with the bombs. And season 3, I have still not done yet. And I watched Caleb do it, and he had over 50 tries on it and didn't kill it and went to bed. And I was like, if Caleb can't do it in 50 tries on a blood DK, I don't know if I'll ever be able to do it on a frost mage, but we'll see. So I really enjoyed that part, and what I love about Delve specifically is that you actually get to do something as a solo player that isn't open world content, and it's amazing for gearing alts. It's so good. You can just go in there straight after leveling up, and you just get your gear, you get your upgrades, you can get heroic hero track gear. It's incredible, and you don't have to like beg for people to take you to M+. It's amazing. I think it's such a cool addition to the game, and I'm so excited to see it evolve even more in Midnight, and hopefully stay until the very end of the trilogy, and maybe even past that. Like, I think it's such a cool feature. So I love Delves. Some of them more than others, like Creek Wall's Rest or whatever, boring. But some of the other Delves are really cool, actually. I did it on Frostmage, you can do it? Okay. We'll see. Love Delves so much. I'm more of a collector and not that into Mythic or Raid, so love that I can actually get high gear. See, that's exactly... I think Delve has just filled a need for so many people that I feel like they didn't know that they had. It's so cool. I love it. Delves are fantastic for those who don't have time to raid or aren't in raid guild or like me hates most people. Fair, JZ, that's totally fair. It's so low pressure. Yes, there's no timer. I like that it's challenging, but you don't need to rush at all. And you can do it completely by yourself, or you can still bring friends. I think that's amazing. Delves forever. I love that you guys I love that so many people are happy with Delves. Underwater Delves chop. I think Delves are a good concept, and I wish I enjoyed them, but just couldn't get into them. But that's okay. WoW offers so many different types of content, and that's what's great about it, right? And now Delves fills another niche, and you don't have to enjoy everything. Okay, season 3. What's immediately coming into my mind with season 3 is Vrrrry. Vrrrry, gay icon, #1 of Shadowlands, finally brought... Well, is she number... Well, she's definitely memorable, and I love her, and I finally feel like we got to actually get to know Xal'atath a little more. She's mother. Not Gayara. Gayara. Please not Gayara. I feel like Vrrrry's a lesbian. She's giving me like loyal, cunty, and straightforward, a little bit rude, but loving lesbian. I don't know, what do you guys think? Vrrrry is definitely fruity. Let's be real. Delves are better because we get short Kantiana Blood Elf Queen instead of a short bearded boring... I forgot to talk about him. I forgot to talk about public enemy #1, Braun. And I know, shout out to the bitches in the chat that hate Braun just as I do. Because I know some of you love him. And I do not vibe with Braun. I do not vibe with him, okay? Going back to Delves. Me and Braun, we hate each other. We are not friends, okay? She hates me, and I hate her. I talk shit about her. I spread rumors about her. I told everyone her wig is crusty and she smells and she has bad breath. And I do not care because I do not like her. If she tells me one more time, let's do that again. Pay attention next time. Me and Braun will never be friends. Let's just say it like that. And I'm very excited for a cunty diva to take her place. Let's try some harder hitting moves. How about you try harder at being fucking useful? I know you guys love Bran. I know you guys love Bran, but I will be a Bran. I'm coming out as a Bran hater, and I am not gonna hide my truth. Bran, if you tell me to watch my step one more time, you'll never walk again. See, Hannah gets it. Bran is an ally, we stand. Sure. I don't like Bran, I'm with you. I love him, but I also hate him because he has killed so many totems. This is a safe... Can't wait for Valera, but Bran truly is useless. Dad, I strive to be. Bran is such a funny character, but me and him will never be friends. Let's keep a strategy in mind for next fight. Sure, sure. Bear in mind, you fucking took aggro and pulled something or just died this first fucking 5 seconds into the fight. And he's like, here's the share of your spoils, champion. Thanks for the 3 gold, bitch. Like, what do you... Bran, honestly, even though me and him are never going to be friends, Bran has created a lot of iconic moments in The War Within that we're always going to think about. I think Bran is on almost the same level as the turtle has made it to the water. Like, we'll remember his lines for the rest of our life. So, I gotta applaud him for at least being memorable. I found a bit of gold! Vibes group. No, literally. That was a huge lump of gold and he gives Johnny Awesome like 3 gold, just enough to cover his repairs. Don't stand there! Yeah. Anyway. Man, do you remember the silly quest of season 2 when Bran lost his hat and you see a replay of him and Johnny? Yeah, I was like, what was that? I was like, what is he gonna lose season 3? His underwear? Girl, today someone used the Bran transformation toy in Remix and I thought I'm losing my mind hearing his voice in Remix. Yeah, and he's gonna haunt me for the rest of my life. Because you bitches love to use his fucking toy whenever I do a dungeon with you guys and I have to listen to him the entire time. Don't stand there standing next to Bran, for real. Throws healing potions on the other side of the room. Yeah, he's a character. He's a character. Anyway, guys, season 3, The War Within. The story was incredible. I think it was much, much richer than season 2, it feels like. The whole season, the whole story with Illyria and Zalatath and Vrrrry was 10 out of 10 for me. I loved it so much. I love how, like, Zalatath finally, like, drops her character a little bit. I know it was all a game, right? We all know. And people were, like, so mad about, like, oh, I hate that we're working with the villain now. Why can't villains stay villains? And I'm like, the whole point of a villain is layers. If she's just plain evil, like the jailer, it's like, we need layers, you know? And I think they do that with Zalatath so well because there's a slow build-up. You kind of like that she's nice to you because she's like obviously like mean and horrible before, but she's iconic. Yeah, we know. Like, she's amazing. I love her. And then she kind of like calls you my champion and like works with you and sort of like manipulates you, literally, like pure manipulation. And she has so much depth and like we don't really know what's going on. We can kind of see her crack a little bit with the Rishi raps and like her actually being right about Koresh and everything. Such an incredible character design, so much depth, and her whole like back and forth between her and Illyria, amazing. And the way Vrrrry is throwing shade towards her and making her feel like she's so tiny even though she's just like big bad evil. It was incredible. The story of season 3 was probably my favorite of all the patches. I enjoyed every second of it. I've read everything, I've listened to everything, fully like always like stayed around the quest givers to like finish listening to their dialogue. It was incredible. Yeah, I honestly, and then obviously the reveal was so it was so obvious that she's playing us, you know, like of course she's not working with us. Zalatath is somebody that will not like stick to like like her priorities. Like she's not gonna be like, I'm never gonna work with my enemy. Like she will do whatever it needs to take to get what she wants. And I think that's amazing. That makes her like a true villain. She's sort of like I'm losing my voice slowly. She's like unpredictable, and she just in general feels like a great villain. And I think we can all agree when she called us my champion, we all felt a little tingle. We all felt like, oh, like yes, queen, fucking let me kneel in front of. Like, she's that girl. Like she is amazing. Love her. You love to hate. You love to love her, but obviously we're supposed to hate her because she's a villain. But I love villains that become likable because they're believable. You know. I felt a bit of see-through. Right. Since Season of Discovery is a prologue, it's another layer of her helping you. I threw out all phases of Season of Discovery. Zolotov was a behind-the-scenes shadowy character that would give you important crafted gear, so it's an amazing tie. Wait, Season of Discovery, World of Warcraft Classic? I've never heard of that. Is Lura still here? Thank you so much for the gift sub. I don't think he's around anymore. Yeah, no, it's amazing. She's like Sauron before Lord of the Rings. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I didn't know there were shadowy figures in Season of Discovery. That's so cool. Yes, girl, get into it. Isn't Season of Discovery over? And that shadowy figure is Zolotov. Love. No, I think in general she was as much as I love talking about Zolotov, I want to talk about Season 3, but she was obviously such a main part of it, and I think it was incredible. I didn't mind that they brought back Tazavesh and the city and everything because we've met it in Shadowlands. I think it's great. I think I love it. It's beautifully done. The zone, even though it's like one big purpley zone, it still feels really special and unique. Thank you, Jet, for the follow. I appreciate it. It still feels very like unique and special. And the zone design in general is so good. But what brings a zone for me to life is when the story is good. And the story was truly a 10 out of 10. Also, all the side quests are amazing. They did such a great job with Season 3, honestly. And the whole domes. I still didn't finish that animal quest line where you like fill the thing with animals. Still didn't finish that, unfortunately. I'm working on it. But it's so cool. And the big like voidy thing in the skybox, it's incredible, honestly. Not many words left. The void glass, beautiful. The quests were good. The only thing that I'm a little like meh is the phase diving. The phase diving felt a little, sure, it's there. I don't think it's like necessarily a big main feature, but it was okay for what it is. I like the fast travel that it comes with. That's cool. The Rishi wrap, cloak, cute. That's like one of those board power things you can set and forget. Like I keep forgetting that we have that. The only time I remember is when we have the thing with the boots, the like combo. But it's okay. It's good. I like it for what it is. I've also listened to the audio book that kind of tells the story about Koresh. So I already came in here with a bit of a relationship with the song, and I loved it. I loved seeing like little parts of it that were mentioned in the audiobook. By the way, if you have time to listen to the audiobook, absolutely listen to it. I listened to it on my flight back and forth to Amsterdam and loved it. The voice acting is 10 out of 10. The Locust Walker is the narrator, and it's incredible. I've gone to Balameth just because I'm super bored in game, waiting for a solo queue. There are friendly droid on the flame. Cool. I didn't know that. I still didn't finish the Koresh campaign. What? It's so good! Please do me a favor and finish it. It's incredible, and the cutscenes and everything. It's so good. The Ecodome quest. Are you talking to me or to somebody else? And also, Yeah, no, I love it. I think it's great. I don't have much else to say. I think it's an incredible zone. The story was amazing. I think I've mentioned pretty much everything. So we can move on to the raid. The Ecodome. I thought you meant the dungeon. It has like a name, like repopulation or something. But yes, that's what I was talking about. It doesn't matter. You guys know what I mean. It's the thing with the animals, like repopulating thing. I never finished. I need to finish that still. Ecodome, the dungeon. Oh, we'll get to that later, actually. Let's look at the raids. You bring in animals and make them. Yeah, I guess. Very weird. I mean, I guess we're repopulating the zone, so it's fine. Okay, this raid, let's go through the bosses. Lexus Sentinel, sure, I think good first boss. Lumithar, on Mythic especially, really fun fight as a Frost Mage, or in general as a mage, because you get to just blink out of everything. Is the music a bit louder than usual? Yeah, I feel like I have to scream. I'm gonna make it a tiny bit more quiet. Yeah, that's better. It's also stressful. Lumithar was such a cool fight for Mage, but it breaks my heart every single time when we rip her from the ceiling and then she's basically just dragging herself across the floor. That always makes me sad. She looks like she's in so much pain, and it's also a little disgusting. Like, she's crazy. Anyway, Soulbinder, which one was that again? I don't really remember him really well. Oh, he's the one that like would spawn ads a lot and would like port around the room. Yeah, it was okay. Not really much to say about it. Forge Reaver Araz also was okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a big opinion on him. The Soul Hunters I loved. That was that boss fight obviously caused so much like commotion in the community because everyone was like, "Oh, third Demon Hunter spec, teased, blah 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 blah." His outfit is interesting. But they were a cool fight, really unique. I love a good council fight. I thought it was fun. Enjoyed it. I never understood why exactly we kill her, but like I said, I think the fight is a little sad. Yeah, Soul Hunters was a really cool fight. Fractalus, the weak aura boss. Another good reason why weak auras are probably going to be helpful for the game in the long run, because that boss could completely be solved by one single weak aura that tells you exactly where to go. It coordinates the entire raid and you just kill the boss. I think we one-shotted it. It was so easy on a heroic boss that late into the raid tier, which is weird, right? Nexus King Saladar, love him. Love that fight. Good morning, Pixel. Love Nexus King Salad, as we like to call him, Salad Bar. Love, 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 love. Such a cool fight. Hard enough for it to be like the last boss before the last boss. And the mechanics were really, really fun. I never did him on Mythic. I did Mythic all the way until Forge Reaver Araz, and then I stopped. And then Nexus King Salad like felt like such a fun boss even on Heroic. I loved it. So good. Never got his fucking sword though. Or was it a dagger? Sword? No, it was a sword. Never got it! Loved it. The mechanics were really unique. It had a bit of like that vibe from Kaiveza. And I also enjoyed like going to different platforms. I think it was a great fight. It reminded me a little bit of Razagath and Kaiveza in one. It was great. And then Dimensius, I mean, probably my favorite boss of the expansion. Dimensius was incredible. I love the Dimensius fight so much. Same. It was the music, the vibe, the lore, the like epicness of just the like the design, and then like us flying through the cosmos, and he's this like massive thing trying to kill us. So good. The music incredible. One of the best raid music like we've had in a while. I don't know. Demencius is gonna be such a memorable boss vibe. Well, also vibe. Felt very Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, I agree. It had this like really epic music. And what I also love about him is that I will never unsee him spreading his bussy on the main. Like, I'll never forget that. He's gonna be forever iconic to me. I loved him. I think it was my favorite end boss in a long time. I think the last raid boss that I enjoyed this much was Nah. No. Oh! Denathrius. Denathrius was the last boss that I enjoyed just as much as him. That felt epic, felt good. The mechanics were still hard, but fun. It just felt amazing. Sire Denathrius was the last one that gave me that vibe. And so yeah, Demencius is definitely a memorable fave. Demensusi, exactly, Sida. How you doing, babe? 100% agree. Yeah, I think it was such a cool fight. So unique. Loved it. All in all, I think the first two raids were a little more memorable to me, but Demencius takes the crown. Like, Demencius carries the whole raid for me. The other bosses are not as memorable, besides maybe Lumithar, but Fractalus is definitely the chop, and Demencius takes the crown as my favorite raid boss in the whole expansion, or pretty much since Shadowlands. Genuinely, such a good boss. I think that's all in the raid. Would you guys agree? Everyone's reaction on the second phase, it was amazing, right? It was incredible. It almost had that like vibe we had in Legion, at like the very last boss in Argus. Just feels epic, like an epic RPG, like MMO moment where we kill this like godlike being. So good, so good. Or like anime, you know, like when they like get to the last boss or whatever that's been teased the whole season. It was so good. Yeah, loved it. The rest of the bosses, meh. Besides Salad Bar and Lumithar, I think the others were like okay. Soul Hunters were also okay. Fractal is definitely a chop. But this raid did not make me feel burnt out. Like, I liked it. It was good for what it was. And I enjoyed Mythic raiding in it too. The raid aesthetic and how they did the environment was amazing. It was. It really, really was. The Gloria Chief with this raid was fun too. I never did it. I still have to do it. Unfortunately, I never did it. I wasn't able to join my guild when they did that Gloria Chief run. But if anyone still has to do it, let me know. Maybe we can organize a group and stream or something. Okay. That's it for the raid. Let's look at the season. Also, we never talked about tier sets. But I think that would just break that would break it all. I've already talked about the tier sets. But the tier sets in general this X-Pack were amazing. I loved all the tier sets from all, like not all tier sets, but in general, I think that the tier sets were really, really good this expansion. Dimensia's achievement is defying gravity. Is it? That's amazing. I didn't even know that. Kaveza as the Delph boss was also much fun. I still have not done her. I have never seen that boss. Never touched it. Still have to do it. I always do it every season and I always do it at the very end. So that's still on my list. I still have a few goals from this season that I have to do. Also, I'm still doing the meta achievement. Season 2 was also the only season where I fully did PvP and got to 1,800 rating. I tried a little bit this season too, but I don't think I'm gonna go through with it. Yeah, okay, let's move to the dungeons. That's easy because we just have a list here. Current season. I'm heading off. Have a lovely rest of the stream. Thank you so much, Jay-Z. Appreciate it. Have a good day. Night. Arakara was much better than season 1. Actually kind of enjoyed it. especially the last boss, since it was nerfed and it wasn't a one-shot if you got sucked in. Still like punishing, but I think all in all, a pretty good dungeon. Dawnbreaker, also loved it. I don't know. I like Dawnbreaker. I know it's buggy. I know it's messy, but I think it's thematically it's such a cool dungeon, and I always have fun doing it. The only thing I will say that I don't like that much is like when you're in a pug and people fly off and you have no idea where everybody is, and then like 2 people land in one spot, the other people lands there. This person already pulled. The tank is already pulled. The healer is somebody else. Like that, everyone's scattered. That one was a little messy, but in general, I think Dawnbreaker is a great dungeon. The best part of this X-Pack is never doing Floodgate again. See, Floodgate is interesting to me because Season 2 Floodgate did not like. Season 3 Floodgate, actually a fave. Bye, Aspen. I loved Floodgate. Season 3 Floodgate was amazing. I really, really enjoyed it. It's actually one of the faves from this season. Priory, I'm okay with it. I'm a little sad that we got back into it again. I would have loved to see like dungeons from Season 1 come back, like City of Threads. But still, all in all, a good dungeon. Ecodome, absolute fave. Such a cool dungeon. Love the environment, love the design. The bosses are fun. Bit of a switch up from all the other dungeons. I think it's great. House of Atonement, the opposite from Floodgate. Turned out, thought it was going to be my absolute fave because I loved House of Atonement in Shadowlands. But this season, House of Atonement was pretty tricky. The timer was tough. The trash felt more dangerous. The bosses were still okay, but House of Atonement wasn't as good and enjoyable as I thought it was going to be. People pick the trinket dungeons. Yeah, I know. Hi, Daph. How did Floodgate be hated in Season 1 but fave in Season 2? No, Season 2 was Floodgate. It just felt rough and long. And the fish guy that was killed off in Season 3. And Season 3 just kind of felt more like fluent. I don't know. It just felt nicer. It felt smoother. It felt quicker. It still felt challenging, but the route was maybe also better and different. I don't know. Season 3 Floodgate was really enjoyable. Season 2 I didn't vibe with it that much. It felt really long. Tazavesh, I thought I would enjoy Tazavesh also a little more, but it also feels a bit long. Thank you for the Prime sub, Third Ferguson. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm good, Diva. How are you? We've been reviewing the entire The War Within content all stream. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Floodgate is a reboot for me in 19. I am camping there. Yeah, no, I think this season had good dungeons. However, I did for some reason this season especially burn out pretty quickly on keys. I can't explain why. Even though all in all, now looking at the dungeons, I think they're actually great. For some reason, thank you, Daph, appreciate it. How are you doing, Diva? For some reason, I still feel like this season especially burned me out really quickly, and I don't know why. Maybe, I don't know, what do you guys think? Did you guys like this season of dungeons? I think all in all, Season 1 was my favorite when it comes to M+. And Season 3 probably for some reason my least favorite, but not saying it's bad. It was still, I still played it. Still got my 3K and everything, but burnt out on it pretty quickly. But I also had some crazy real life events happen during that season, so doing good love logging on beta, but I cannot copy and pass down my characters, so I might be a cunty Heron to try. Oh, love that. Make sure you first copy a character so Heron gets unlocked for you. Least fave on dungeons for this season. I got burned out because people were pushing 3K literally week 1. Like, please keep... Girl, what the hell? Not me. I got to like 2.6 and then took a long break and then only recently got 3K. I burned out too, no players anymore, and I'm sad because I want to stay 0.1%, but literally 10 people are tagging in their keys. Right. I always thought like once you're at that bracket of player, you will just like have a core group you always run everything with. But maybe it's also just because of end of expansion. People are looking forward to new things and stuff. But yeah, I think story-wise, Season 3 definitely takes it for me. Raid-wise, I would say... Raid-wise, I would say Season 1. I had the most fun in. With honorable mention being Demencius, obviously coolest boss in the expansion. Story, like I said, Season 3. What else is there? Dungeons and M+, I would also say Season 1. Yes, of course, Remix came in. True. Yeah. But I think... what else did we have? What else did Season 3 bring? The turbo boost? Did I miss anything? No, I think I've mentioned everything. Did I mention everything in Season 3? Dungeons, raids, zone, story. Yeah, pretty much. The music is so epic. Never forget Aunt Fanny. Never will forget. Never, never, never. She also represents my beginnings in streaming. And they will always feel special to me. I think maybe that's also why I'm a bit attached to Season 1, but Season 1 was incredible. I had so much fun. Played so much WoW. Yeah. I think all in all, The War Within was a great expansion, especially now that we've looked through everything in detail and commented on all the content. I really like love The War Within. So many great memories, so many iconic moments. All in all, very unique in itself, and so many different vibes were brought in, so many different types of dungeons, so many different types of raids. I really liked that. Did we skip over Visions? We absolutely did. Visions were a moment. I think I did them 10 times or something. I never fully grinded them out because there was so many other things to do. We already talked about the Isle. Yeah, we talked about that when we talked about Season 1. Yeah, the Visions were... I was excited for them to come back, but I thought I would play them a lot more than I actually did. Yeah, but in general, I really, really think that The War Within was a great expansion. Even though some people say it was kind of empty. I don't think so. I think it was so full of content. We've had probably the craziest content timeline we've ever had. There was always something new and something new to do, especially constantly new content, new story. Was some of the content a little meh? Yeah, but still so much to do. My first expansion of WoW ever. That's crazy. I think you came for a good one. I think that's a good one. Will always hold a special place in my heart. Oh, that's so cute. See, sometimes expansions, I love BFA. People hate BFA. I love BFA. I love a big part of Shadowlands too. A lot of people hate Shadowlands. I have a special connection to Shadowlands and BFA, so I thoroughly enjoyed Warbound items being added. Oh, that was amazing. We talked about that at the beginning of our review. Warbands was... So many people forget that was added, but that is such an iconic and huge change to the core of the game that I feel like a lot of people tend to forget, even though it was so big. Also, I think in general, it was a very, very, very alt-friendly expansion, which a biggest part of that was warbands and delves. Delves are so nice for new characters to get going and on their feet when it comes to gear. I think, yeah, if they continue this philosophy, the way they did The War Within with Midnight, and then now also with housing, we have a lot to look forward to as WoW players, and I'm very, very excited. Upgrading system for alts is nice, having to spend less crests. Yes. So good. But I think that was also added in Dragonflight. I can't even imagine WoW without warbands anymore. Me neither. That's how you know also a feature is good, when it gets so good you don't even remember what it was like without it. I don't remember not having crests. Like, I don't. What was it like upgrading gear when we didn't have crests and upgrades? That was crazy. Also great feature. Hope that never leaves. Valor Stones are gonna leave, which I'm happy about. It's so pretty, I know. What score would you guys give The War Within from 1 to 10? 10 maximum, obviously 10 points is the biggest score you can give them. 1 is being the lowest. Which one would you guys give The War Within? 8.5, 7.5, 9 out of 10. Love your staff. Thank you. Solid 8 out of 5. 8 out of 10. Okay. I think mine's gonna be... Nine out of 10. I think it's a 9 out of 10 expansion for me. I loved it. It was great. It's pretty good. I learned a lot too. Yeah, I've also evolved so much as a player. Also, like, met so many friends through streaming. Made so many friends. Yeah, just like kind of like built a whole new relationship to the game. I think it's great. 9 out of 10 for me, for sure. Oh, you know what we also forgot to talk about? What was that one? What was that event? Dastardly Duos? I would give it a 10 just because I love WoW, but I think Midnight and The Last Titan will top it, so I think 9 out of 10 for me too. Yeah. Same, Hannah. Made so many friends and started a new type of content in-game. That's so cool! 8 out of 10. The War Within gave me art and this community. Oh, you're gonna make me cry! That's so sweet! That's so cute, Karenik. Yeah, I think The War Within is also always gonna be special for me because I started streaming in The War Within. We've created this beautiful community. I've made so many friends. I've met so many new people. I feel incredibly grateful that the game exists and that it brought us all together. And yeah, I'm feeling very, very positive about everything future WoW. Made so many new friends through WoW and art. Same! Like guys, I'm with you. Yeah. I'm a bit like, that's so cute of you guys to say that. Dastardly Duos and that weird demon thingy they added for like 3 weeks in season 2. Yeah, Dastardly Duos was chop. You're making me miss playing WoW. Come back! I think it's a great time to come back, like especially now when Midnight comes out. Or actually, in 2 weeks, we're getting housing. Just make sure you pre-order the expansion and you can play it. I love this community that you built, bestie. I love you guys so, so, so much. Thank you all for being here. Is there anything that we forgot to mention? We gave our final scores. The judges have agreed. I think we can all be very, very excited about Midnight and housing. There's so many more cool things coming. I will set up a little sign-up sheet for our... Why did I do that, like, game movement? I will create a little sign-up sheet. Don't ask me when or how. I have no idea. I'm gonna try to figure it out. You know when like guilds give you like a Google Docs sign-up? I'm gonna try to create that for a housing neighborhood community. My brain. For a neighborhood community. No, community neighborhoods. My brain is so fried. I've been talking all day. For a community neighborhood, it's probably going to be Horde. Just because Alliance is, I'm gonna take some of my other like friends are gonna create one there, and I think I want to be part of that too. So ours is gonna have to be Horde. I'll create a little sign-up sheet, and it's obviously only EU, unfortunately. But if anybody wants to join, check Discord. I'll be posting there very soon where you guys can sign up for it, so we can make sure all the people are in that want to be in and have a place reserved. And yeah, I think I've mentioned everything. Clock it. I might come back in the next expansion. As usual, every expansion I come back, slay. The beginning of the expansion is always a very special time to play WoW. Is there a place for a tiny ass? Of course, Diva. Anyone's welcome. Anyone from the community is welcome to join the neighborhood. Oops. Okay. I want to live next to Lucid. We can figure it out. All I know is I want... Oh, wait, no, that's... Horde, I don't really care where I live. I know at the Horde neighborhood, I want to live, like, where all the, like, the Ashara style zone, like the forest with the mountains. That's where I want to live. I do not snore. Great, I snore. Alright guys, I am gonna have to wrap up here. I love today's stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it just as much as I did. Thank you all for like showing up. So many people showed up today. I feel really, really grateful. Thank you guys. I honestly, like, yeah, I can't say thank you enough. I think today was really great. It almost felt like a reflection on the past year. A new WoW expansion coming out is almost like a new year. It always feels like a new era, you know, entering. I really, really enjoyed it. I loved looking back at it. I didn't expect to get a little emotional at the end because I just realized so many things have happened. Like I said, some people think the War Within was kind of empty and not much happened. But actually, now that we looked back at it, so many things happened. So many good things. I think it was great. I love looking back at it with all of you guys. If you guys enjoyed the stream, I would obviously welcome a follow. If you want to follow, that helps me out a lot. Also, check out my other socials. Here are the links. Does that work? Yes, it works. I make a lot of content on social media, like mostly short form content. And yeah, thank you guys all for hanging out with me. I really fucking loved it. It was great. I will be back on Tuesday with another stream, but I'll be posting a new schedule on Discord. We're going to be raiding Tonzi TV, another World of Warcraft streamer that I just recently discovered. And they are so cute and so fun. And I think they're farming for Lore Master. So let's go show some love. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you all. And I hope you all have a gorgeous rest of your weekend. And I'll speak to you all very, very soon. Oh, fucking start the raid. Anyway, divas, have a good weekend. Bye. Love you all. Bye.